The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James. Senator James, present. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May you go ahead and read the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Finance for Tuesday, April 6th, 2021, in the Fritz E. Lewetz Legislative Chambers, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive information regarding current consumer lending programs to include interest rates as well as first-time mortgage and refinancing options from Banco Popular, Bank of St. Croix, First Bank, Oriental Bank, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the USDA Rural Development. Invited testifiers: Oran C. Roebuck, Senior Vice President, Banco Popular; Christina Williams, Community President, Bank of St. Croix; Atala Bertrand Rogers, Manager, Oriental Bank; Dina Perry Malone, Vice President, First Bank; Kimmy Bryce, Director, USDA Rural Development; and Daryl Griffith, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Sarow as present and also Senator DeGraff as present.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Do you have any correspondence, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated April 6th, 2021. The Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairman Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Conference Room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also like to welcome Senator Noble Francis, non-committee member, who's always here. Non-committee member, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Also thank him for coming. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you for being willing to testify today on what is a very important topic. I think from the time I got up this morning, I have been receiving texts as to questions and inquiries that individuals in our community would like answered in reference to home ownership. This meeting is to provide information because I think a lot of time we have misinformation that's on the radio. I heard someone recently say that mortgage rates were at 22%, and I cringed. He said it on one of the local talk shows and didn't back down, despite the fact that the talk show host kept on saying, it's not that high, it's not that high. So I definitely knew that there's a need for us to put accurate information on the record, and I'm hoping that by the end of this meeting, that we can also do a little probing as to how the banks can be a bit more creative in terms of the mortgage options that are available to the residents of the Virgin Islands, and to look at any particular measure that this legislature might need to pass to provide opportunities for home ownership. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming. A number of individuals have said they're going to be sending questions. So as soon as I get the questions, if they're relevant to the topic that we're speaking about, I will ask those questions. Colleagues, please, this meeting is not to ask Mr. Griffith about how many homes in Whispering Hill, or that is really about mortgage options, ability for individuals to be able to obtain property. I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, beginning with Banco Popular. Familiar face.
Good morning, Oren C. Roba, Senior Vice President and Region Manager for Banco Popular, Virgin Islands.
Bank of St. Croix.
Good morning, Christiana Williams, Community President for Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank.
Oriental Bank.
Good morning, Atala Bertrand Rogers, Regional Manager, USVI, Oriental Bank.
Thank you. First Bank.
Malone, Vice President and USVI Market Manager.
Say the name again, ma'am. We missed it.
Dina Perry Malone, Vice President and USVI Market Manager.
USDA.
Pleasant good morning. Kimmy Bryce, Area Director with USDA Rural Development.
Thank you. Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Hi, good day. Daryl Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. My CFO and then COO and manager, home ownership manager will introduce themselves now.
Okay, let them go ahead and put their name on the record, starting with the CFO.
Good morning. I'm Valdez Shelford, CFO, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
COO.
Good morning, Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
And I didn't get the last title, the last individual, name and title.
Good morning, Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to proceed with the testimony in the same order that you identified yourself. So we'll begin with Oren Roebuck, Senior Vice President for Banco Popular. You may proceed.
Good morning, Senator Kurt PLA, Chairman, Committee on Finance, the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and all esteemed senators present. My name is Oren C. Roebuck. I'm the Senior Vice President and Region Manager of Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands Region. I appear before you today, per your invitation, to provide information on consumer lending products available in the U.S. Virgin Islands by Banco Popular and the bank's contribution towards home ownership within the U.S. Virgin Islands market. Popular Inc. is a diversified, publicly owned financial holding company registered under the U.S. Bank Holding Company Act of 1956 as amending and is subject to the supervision and regulation of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System of the United States of America. Popular Inc. is a leading financial institution in Puerto Rico by both assets and deposits and ranks among the top 50 U.S. bank holding companies by asset. Popular Inc.'s common stock is publicly traded on the NASDAQ stock market under the ticker symbol BPOP. Popular Inc., through its subsidiaries, maintains operations in Puerto Rico, the United States of America, and the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Founded in 1893, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, Popular Inc.'s principal subsidiary, provides retail, mortgage, and commercial banking services in Puerto Rico and the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Popular Inc. also offers in Puerto Rico auto and equipment leasing and financing, investment banking, broker-dealer, and insurance services through specialized subsidiaries. In the mainland United States, Popular Inc. provides retail, mortgage, and commercial banking services through its New York chartered banking subsidiary, Popular Bank, with branches located in New York, New Jersey, and Florida. As of December 31st, 2020, Popular Inc. operated a network of 222 retail branches, 760 ATMs, that's 619 in Puerto Rico, 23 in the Virgin Islands, and 118 on the U.S. mainland, and employs approximately 8,700 persons within the communities we serve. Banco Popular de Puerto Rico entered the Virgin Islands in 1981 with the acquisition of the Royal Bank of Canada, and we began operations with one branch in Christiansted, St. Croix. Later acquiring Citibank and Core State First Pennsylvania Bank, the bank solidified its businesses in both the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Today, Banco Popular Virgin Islands region includes 10 branches, 3 commercial banking centers, 3 mortgage loan centers, and 23 ATMs on St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Tortola, and Virgin Gorda. The Virgin Islands region employs 174 individuals, maintains deposits in excess of $1.6 billion, and a loan portfolio over $675 million. Banco Popular is the largest financial institution within the Virgin Islands. As of December 31st, 2020, the Banco Popular Virgin Islands serves over 68,000 clients. Among the VI banking institution, Popular maintains the leading market position in both mortgage and commercial loans. For the last 5 consecutive years, the bank has been awarded the SBA Lender of the Year. The SBA has also recognized the bank locally for its unique programs to support young entrepreneurs through our Popular Entrepreneurship Forum and the Startup Popular initiatives. Despite the effects of COVID-19 in 2020, the bank booked over $20 million in new mortgage loans, $15 million in new consumer credit, and over $47 million in new commercial loans outside of the SBA Payroll Protection Program. Additionally, the bank disbursed the most PPP loans within the territory at over $30 million to local businesses. Banco Popular remains open for business and is committed to investment in the Virgin Islands. We continue to serve our community with focus on 4 strategic pillars: sustainable and profitable growth, creating growth opportunities for both the bank and our clients; simplicity, improving our operational efficiencies; customer focus, improving the service delivery to our clients, utilizing innovation and technology; and we wish to remain fit for the future. We aim to strengthen our talent base and effectively manage risk to ensure longevity within the market. I understand this committee is specifically interested in the bank's consumer product portfolio and contributions towards home ownership within the territory. Before I provide a summary of the various products offered within our portfolio, I wish to assure the committee Banco Popular is committed and fully invested in this territory. We take great strides to ensure our products are suitable and responsive to the community needs. This is evident by our most recent CRA performance evaluation, which was released in January of 2020 by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The FRB Community Investment Act, CRA performance evaluation gave Banco Popular an overall rating of outstanding. The CRA evaluation assesses the institution's record of meeting the credit needs of its entire community, including low and moderate income neighborhoods, consistent with safe and sound operations of the institution. Specific to the Virgin Islands, the CRA lending test rated Banco Popular high satisfactory and noted the following. The lending levels reflect good responsiveness to the assessment area's credit needs. A high percentage of loans are made in the bank's assessment area. The geographic distribution of loans reflect good penetration throughout the assessment area. The distribution of borrowers, given the product lines offered, reflect good penetration among customers of different income levels and businesses of different sizes. The bank exhibits a good record of serving the credit needs of low-income individuals, areas, and very small businesses. The bank makes a relatively high level of community development loan, and the bank makes use of innovative and/or flexible lending practices in servicing the assessment area's credit needs. The 2020 CRA report is a public document, and it is available on the websites of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and Popular Inc. should you wish to review the entire report. The one area of opportunity noted in the lending and investment test of the Virgin Islands region is the opportunity to increase investment in community development loans and initiatives. The VI region received an outstanding rating for the CRA service test, which measured the bank's delivery systems and accessibility to individuals of all income levels within the assessment area. Through very concise planning and evaluation of the Virgin Islands market, the bank offers an array of consumer products to meet this unique market need. The Popular individual credit portfolio includes personal loans, both cash secured and unsecured, auto loans, credit cards, including 3 Visa products, 2 MasterCard products, 1 American Advantage product, and 2 JetBlue reward products, unsecured rehabilitation loans to provide troubled debt relief to borrowers, individual reserve lines of credit, the credit builder loan, and the technology assistance loan to support individuals with special needs for purchase of assisted living products. Popular also offers 3 basic mortgage loan products within the VI portfolio. Loans insured by Rural Development, loans guaranteed by the Veterans Administration, and convention loans, which can be conforming, meaning they're saleable loans for Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, or non-conforming, loans held within the bank's portfolio, such as second mortgages or land loans. The following products comprise Banco Popular Virgin Islands mortgage portfolio. Rural Development, loans guaranteed by U.S. Department of Agriculture and underwritten according to the Rural Development Guidelines.
Hey, good day, Industrious. You in the office today?
That was not on my end.
You know, all other testifiers, please mute your device. I think that was
The
Housing
Rural
Finance
Development
Authority.
loans.
You may proceed.
The Rural Development loans must receive a certificate of insurance from Rural Development. These loans can be used to purchase or construct primary residence and provides 100% financing for a maximum term of 30 years. Veteran Administration loans guaranteed 100% by the U.S. Veterans Administration to veterans who attain a certificate of eligibility for financing of home purchase. These loans are also available to some members of the Reserve and National Guard. The maximum amount of financing is $625,500 for a term of 30 years. The VA also allows a 90% guarantee on refinancing of a primary residence. Construction loans offer financing to clients seeking to build a home up to 80% of the appraised value of the completed home. Construction loans will convert to a mortgage loan upon completion of the project, The construction is to be completed within 12 months, and during the period of construction, the borrower pays interest only on the amount disbursed. Conventional loans are available for purchase or refinance of a primary residence, second home, or investment property. The bank will finance up to 80% loan to value for a maximum term of 30 years. Second mortgage or home equity loans, we finance up to 90% loan to value for a maximum term of 15 years. Land loans, we offer 90% financing of loan to value for a maximum term of 15 years. As I've noted, the bank offers a variety of consumer credit products to meet the needs of our diverse population. We also partner with agencies like the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, the University of Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, the Small Business Administration, and the Economic Development Authority to participate with and/or structure credit programs to support home ownership and stimulate economic growth within our community. I trust the information I presented today will reassure this body that Banco Popular is a community partner. We have proudly served the Virgin Islands for almost 40 years with a local dedicated team. I thank you for this opportunity to engage with this body, and I'm hopeful that through our dialogue today, we can explore areas of opportunity to enhance the financial services offered within the Virgin Islands. I remain available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roebuck. Ms. Williams, Christina Williams, Bank of St. Croix, you may proceed.
Good morning once again to our Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairman, Committee on Finance, to the present senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance, and to all other testifiers. Reintroduce myself. I am Christiana Williams, Community President of Bank of St. Croix, a division of United Fidelity Bank. Just for some background, on February 1st of this year, it marked the 4th year of our Virgin Islands operations for United Fidelity Bank, Federal Savings Bank, headquartered in Evansville, Indiana, and founded in 1914. This followed their acquisition of the Bank of St. Croix, Inc., which until that point had operated as a local 2-branch community bank in St. Croix since 1995. United Fidelity Bank currently operates 9 offices in Indiana, 3 in Illinois, 2 in Colorado, and of course the U.S. Virgin Islands, and 3 offices in Florida, following their recent acquisition of First City Bank in Fort Walton and Destin. Since its founding over 100 years ago, United Fidelity Bank has excelled in providing highly personalized community banking services. In addition to traditional banking activities, United Fidelity Bank and its subsidiary, Village Capital Corporation, works to fulfill the ideals of their thrift charter through the development and financing of various multifamily affordable housing communities. United Fidelity Bank acquired the trade name Bank of St. Croix as part of its acquisition in 2017 and has continued to operate its St. Croix branch locations in the Gallows Bay Marketplace and Peters Rest under that trade name. We currently employ 23 associates in St. Croix. Prior to acquisition, the Bank of St. Croix offered a limited suite of consumer lending products, which included personal cash secured loans, auto loans, and 5-year balloon mortgages. We also had 15 to 30-year adjustable rate mortgages and some limited 15-year fixed rate mortgages, which were capped at that time at $150,000. Within the last several years, under the United Fidelity Bank brand, the local St. Croix branches are now able to offer FHA, VA, and rural development loans, as well as long-term 15, 20, and 30-year fixed-rate conventional mortgages. The bank also now has some unsecured lending products in addition to auto loans with competitive rates and terms, and we also are now able to offer various credit card options. The bank recently received the results of its Community Reinvestment Act examination by its primary regulators, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, OCC, and received an overall satisfactory rating for lending and an overall outstanding rating for community development. Specifically, the assessment area for United Fidelity Bank, that includes the St. Croix branches, received the same overall ratings, including outstanding for community development. The examiners did note the difficulty in lending to low to moderate income households in this region due to the lack of affordable housing despite available lending products. As part of the scope of the evaluation in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the OCC noted that the bank only has one assessment area in the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Croix. This assessment area received a full scope review. Home mortgage loans and business loans were noted as the bank's primary lending product. Home mortgage loans accounted for 54.1% of lending by dollar volume, and business loans accounted for 43.6% of lending. The bank's performance under the lending test in the U.S. Virgin Islands is rated satisfactory. The overall, under home mortgage loans, the overall geographic distribution of home mortgage loans was considered excellent. Based on HMDA reporting requirements, the bank is not required to report loans originated and purchased in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Therefore, aggregate lending data was not available, and the only comparative factor used was a percentage of owner-occupied housing units in the area. The bank's lending in low-income areas was within a reasonable range above the percentage of owner-occupied housing units within this area. The bank's lending in moderate income was also within a reasonable range above the percentage of owner-occupied housing in this area. In relation to small loans to businesses, the overall geographic distribution of small business loans was also considered reasonable. Overall, the bank exhibited a reasonable distribution of loans to individuals of different income levels and of different sizes. There are no comparators for borrower distribution in St. Croix, as lenders are not required to report home mortgage loans, and census data does not include the percentage of low to moderate income families. However, based on the OCC's analysis of a sample of loans originated and purchased by United Fidelity Bank, it found that the bank made loans to moderate income borrowers in the assessment area. Without sufficient census data, the OCC could not determine the affordability of housing in the area. However, the OCC did note it can assume that with a median family income of $45,058 and the cost of real estate on most islands, that purchasing homes on the island may be difficult and out of range for low to moderate income borrowers. Additionally of note, the occupied housing units on the island, of the occupied housing units on the island, 44% are considered rental occupied units. Based on this information, overall, the OCC determined that the borrower distribution of loans was reasonable. Continuing on to discuss our consumer lending products. The bank currently offers automobile loans. We also offer savings account and share loans. We offer personal lines of credit, personal unsecured loans, home equity loans, in which a borrower can use the equity of his or home loan as collateral to fund personal needs, including home repair and improvements. Under our mortgage lending products, we offer conventional fixed rate 15, 20, and 30-year loans. These loans are offered through our secondary market lender. Rates average currently between a low of 2.625% on 15-year up to 3.375% on 30-year loans. We do also offer adjustable rate mortgage products, which include construction loans, 5/1 adjustable rate mortgages, and 7/1 adjustable rate mortgages. The maximum loan amount on all loans, including our fixed rate products and our adjustable rate mortgage products, is currently $822,375. Under our fixed rate products offered through our secondary market lender, our maximum loan to value is currently 80%. As mentioned earlier, we offer FHA products, 30-year maximum loan term, maximum loan amount of $356,362, maximum loan to value 96.5%, with a current rate of 2.875%. We offer VA products, 30-year fixed rate terms as well, maximum loan amount $822,375, 100% loan to value, current rates 3.125%. In December of 2020, we added the Rural Guaranteed Housing Loan product and are working to bring that into the market. The bank also does offer jumbo rate products, which begin at a low limit of $822,376, and we will go as high as $2 million on those jumbo rate products. In our consumer portfolio, we are now able to offer a range of credit cards. We have several Visa Signature Rewards cards, Cash Preferred Max cards. We have Visa Platinum. We have a secured Visa card for those looking to build credit. And we also have now a Visa Signature College Rewards card aimed at our college students. Overall, the Bank of St. Croix remains extremely proud of the strides we've made in the last several years to offer more homeownership options in the Virgin Islands market. Our focus, which is always built on building relationships and working directly with our customers on an individual basis to match them to the product that best fits their needs, continues to be premier. We look forward to building new partnerships and finding additional options to assist this community in meeting its home ownership goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Williams. Ms. Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt Bailey, Chairman of the Finance Committee, and other esteemed senators, as well as the presenters. Protocols having been established, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the legislative body regarding Oriental's offerings. Oriental Bank is a Puerto Rico chartered FDIC-insured bank that operates primarily in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Oriental has a publicly traded financial holding company, OFG Bank Corp., and various affiliates, including a Puerto Rico insurance agency and a registered securities broker-dealer and investment advisor. Oriental offers a wide range of commercial and consumer banking products and services, including both consumer and commercial deposit accounts and loan products. Oriental is subject to United States federal banking laws and supervision by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. The company was founded in 1964 on the eastern side of Puerto Rico. Hence its name, Oriental, in Spanish means Eastern. Today, Oriental is one of the leading banks in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, with 53 branches in Puerto Rico and 2 branches in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Growth has been achieved organically and through acquisitions. Most recently, the 2010 acquisition of selected loans, deposits, and businesses of Puerto Rico-based Eurobank through an FDIC-assisted transaction. The 2012 acquisition of the Puerto Rico operations of Banco Bilbao Vizcaya Argentaria S.A., and the late 2019 acquisition of the Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands operations of the Bank of Nova Scotia, formerly known as Scotiabank. Oriental's mission is to help make possible the progress of its stakeholders, our clients, employees, shareholders, and the communities we serve. Our fundamental strategy is based on providing exceptional service to our clients. This is best described by our motto, "More than ready," and our slogan, "Easy, fast, done." Oriental Bank offers a variety of products, including personal lines of credit, personal loans, both unsecured as well as cash-secured loans. We also offer the Fannie Mae conventional mortgage, fixed rate mortgage that is sold to the secondary market. This product offers the lowest interest rates in the market for purchasing or refinancing a primary or secondary home or an investment property. It also allows for the refinancing of your current mortgage to decrease the repayment term and the interest rate. Our fixed rates, we have competitive rates ranging from 2.625 to 3.375%. We can do up to 80% financing depending on the occupancy and number of units and whether it's a purchase or a refinance. Minimum credit score, 620. And we offer 10, 15, 20, 25, or 30-year amortization terms. This type of mortgage also allows for repairs that are cosmetic in nature for properties appraised in average or better condition. The loan limits in the USVI are relatively high since we are considered a high-cost area, and the ranges for a single-family home are up to $822,375 and up to 4 units, $1,581,750. We are currently in the process of securing licenses for future mortgage products to include the USDA Rural Development Guaranteed Loans, the Veterans Administration Loans, and FHA for both purchases and refinances, and the FHA 203K, which allows for a higher percentage of financing and repairs and renovations beyond those cosmetic in nature. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Perry Malone, First Bank.
Good morning, Honorable Kurt VLA, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, honorable members of the committee, other senators present, and the viewing and listening public. My name is Dina Perry Malone. I'm the Vice President and USVI Market Manager at First Bank. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to present my testimony relative to First Bank's consumer lending product offerings. First Bank was chartered in 1948, was the first savings and loan institution established in Puerto Rico. In 1987, First Federal became a stockholder-owned savings bank and went public, trading on NASDAQ. In 1993, it was listed on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol FBP. In 1994, the name changed to First Bank Puerto Rico. In 1998, the bank reorganized into a holding company under the name of First Bank Corp. In 1962, the bank entered the Virgin Islands region and acquired Chase Manhattan Bank and the Virgin Islands Community Bank in St. Croix in 2002 and 2008, respectively, increasing its customer base and share in this market. First Bank currently operates 11 branches, serving the St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, and Tortola communities. First Bank Corp and its subsidiaries are subject to supervision, examination, and regulation of the Federal Reserve Board, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Office of the Commissioner of Financial Institutions of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. First Bank Insurance Agency, Incorporated, is regulated by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. The Virgin Islands operations are regulated by the Virgin Islands Banking Board in the USVI jurisdiction and the British Virgin Islands Financial Services Commission in the BVI. Now I'm going to provide you with a high-level overview of First Bank's diverse product offerings in residential mortgage loans. First Bank offers 5 residential mortgage loan product types. The first is Fannie Mae conforming conventional fixed rate mortgage facilities, which is for the purchase and refinance of primary residences, second homes, and investment properties. We provide up to 80% financing for the purchase of 1 to 4 unit properties, up to 80% financing for cash out or no cash out. Cash out pertains to being able to allow the client to borrow against the equity in the subject property for any legal purpose to include home improvement. The maximum term for these facilities is 30 years. We do offer terms also for 10-year, 15-year, 20, and 30 under this product type. The loan amount for one family unit is $822,375. For non-conforming products, those are considered portfolio-owned loans that the bank holds in the portfolio. It's up to 85% financing for the purchase of 1 to 4 unit properties, primary residences, second homes, as well as investment properties. Up to 80% financing for cash out or no cash out. Maximum term is 30 years. And under this product segment, we also offer jumbo loans up to $2 million. The next product is the FHA mortgage product. And this is for the purchase or refinance of primary residences, and it's an ideal product for first-time home buyers, whereby we finance up to 96.5% for the purchase of 1 to 4 unit properties. Up to 80% financing is permitted for cash out refinances, and the maximum term is 30 years. The loan amount is based on the number of units as well as the island. So for an example, for a one-family unit in St. Thomas, we lend up to $446,200. For a one-family unit in St. John, we offer up to $623,300. And for a one family in St. Croix, it's $356,362. The interest rate for this product is between 2.875 and 3.75. That's also for the Fannie Mae product offering as well. The fourth product we offer is Veterans Administration, which is guaranteed by the VA for the purchase or refinance of primary residences. This product is eligible to veterans on active duty or honorably separated from service. You must have a certificate of eligibility to qualify. This is also a great product for first-time home buyers as well. It provides up to 100% financing for the purchase of 1 to 4 unit properties in the territory, as well as 100% financing for cash out or no cash out. The loan amounts associated with this product offering for one family in the USVI, it's $822,375. For 4-family unit, it's $1,581,750. The interest rates range from 2.875 to 3.75%. And then the fifth product offering we have available is rural development, which is also a great product offering for first-time home buyers as well. This is for the purchase or refinances of primary residences. We offer up to 100% financing for the purchase of a 1 to 2 unit property. The maximum term is up to 30 years, and the loan amounts for St. Thomas is roughly $357,000, for St. Croix, $285,000, St. John, roughly $499,000. I'm going to provide you with a high-level overview of First Bank's consumer credit product offerings. We currently offer 6 very unique products based on the client's need. The first product is the unsecured personal loan. This is an unsecured facility that you can apply for any legal purpose. The term is up to 5 years, and the loan amount is between $2,500 and $25,000. Under this product segment, we also have a product whereby clients can establish credit. They must exhibit 3 years of job stability, and they're eligible to apply for up to $2,500. The interest rates for this product offering are as low as 8.5% if discounts are applied. The next product is the secured personal loan. This is also a personal loan, which was 100% of the loan guaranteed with a First Bank savings account or a certificate of deposit. The maximum term is up to 7 years. The loan amount ranges from $2,500 to $300,000. The interest rate is between 7 to 9% and is tied to the loan term. The third product offering is a taxi medallion loan. This applies to taxi drivers who are permanent residents of the Virgin Islands. We lend up to 80% of the market value of the taxi medallion, not to exceed the allowable loan amount. The market value of the taxi medallion is taken as security to buy a taxi medallion or to borrow money using it as security. The maximum term is up to 5 years, and the loan amounts by jurisdiction is as follows. In the St. Thomas district, it's between $2,500 and $20,000. In the St. Croix district, it's between $2,500 and $15,000. And the interest rate associated with this product offering is 12.5%. The fourth product is an automobile, which is a new auto, and the LTV is 75% to 105% based on the client's credit score. The maximum term is 6 years, and the loan amount ranges from $2,500 to $75,000. The interest rate is 6.99 to 9.99, and it's based on credit score. We also have a used automobile loan product. The LTV is between 70 to 95% based on credit score. And the term is based on the model year of the vehicle, up to 5 years, it's 72 months, up to 6 years, 60 months, up to 7 years, 48 months. And the loan amount is up to $50,000. The interest rate associated with this product offering is between 9.99 and 12%. And the sixth product offering is credit cards. We offer 5 credit card products under this product segment: the Beyond One Visa, Beyond Platinum Visa, Beyond Global Visa, Beyond Ultimate Visa, and Beyond Business MasterCard. That concludes my testimony. Again, I would like to thank the Honorable Kurt Violet, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, honorable members of the committee, other senators present, and the viewing and listening public for granting me this opportunity to present my testimony on behalf of First Bank. I'm open to receiving any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Perry-Mullin. Ms. Kimmy Bryce, Director of USDA.
Yes. Good morning. Honorable Senator Kurt A. Violet, Chair of the Committee on Finance, other committee and non-committee members present, as well as the listening and viewing audience. I am Kimmy Bryce, Area Director with USDA Rural Development. Thank you for inviting me to provide testimony, giving an overview of the homeownership and home repair options available through my agency. Rural Development is an entity of the federal government under the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture. We are one of 7 area offices here in St. Croix that fall under the Gainesville, Florida State Office. USDA Rural Development's programs are intended to improve the economy and quality of life in rural America. For eligibility purposes, the entire USVI is considered rural. My team serves the residents of the territory from our current location at the USDA Service Center on St. Croix, which is currently housed in the same building as the VI Department of Labor. USDA Rural Development operates over 50 financial assistance programs. However, for the focus area today, our housing programs, which fall under our single-family housing umbrella, offers families and individuals the opportunity to buy, build, repair, or own safe and affordable homes. Eligibility for these loans, loan guarantees, and grants is based on income and varies by each county or island, which will be detailed further in the testimony. This agency does not own or sell land or homes unless it is part of our inventory associated with foreclosure. But what we do is provide mortgage loan assistance to assist with homeownership and loan grant assistance for repair. I first present the Single Family Housing 502 Direct Home Loan Program. This is a no down payment program that assists low and very low income applicants to obtain homeownership as their primary residence. The program provides payment assistance, which is a type of subsidy that reduces the mortgage payment, thereby increasing the applicant's repayment ability. Payments can be reduced to as low as a 1% payment for the time needed and as long as the homeowner remains income eligible. This program is intended for applicants who truly have no other way to make affordable homeownership a reality through the conventional route typically. It is not restricted to first-time homeowners, and limited refinancing options are available. A number of factors are considered when determining an applicant's eligibility for the single-family direct home loan program. At a minimum, applicants interested in obtaining a direct loan must have an adjusted income that is at or below the applicable low-income limit for the area where they wish to purchase or construct a home. and they must demonstrate a willingness and ability to repay the debt. So as an example, on the income limits, for St. Croix, for a 1 to 4 person household, we look at the total annual household income, and that should not exceed $46,400. For a 5 to 8 person household, $61,250. And St. Thomas, 1 through 4 person household, $53,700. 5 through 8, $70,009. And on St. John, 1 through 4, $72,650. 5 through 8 person household, $95,900. The interest rate, effective April 1st, remains at a fixed 2.5%. Terms are either a 33-year or a 38-year mortgage. A minimum credit score of 640 would streamline the credit review process. And for applicants who have no traditional credit, alternate credit is allowed. Examples include rent, utility services, insurance payments, childcare, school tuition, payments to local stores, including department furniture, appliance stores, internet or cell phone services, automobile leases, as an example. The maximum loan amount for this program would be as follows. St. Croix, $285,000, St. Thomas, $356,900, and St. John, $498,600. That's effective February 1st. Properties financed with the direct, or as we call it, the low-income loan program, must be modest, meeting the following criteria. Generally be 2,000 square feet or less, not have a market value in excess of the applicable area loan limits, not have any in-ground swimming pools, and not be designed for income-producing activities. The program is for single-family housing, so we would not finance duplexes or any apartment units. However, if someone is interested in a unit that may have a small unit attached and it can be converted to something similar to maybe storage or a wash area, that could be allowed. The second program available for homeownership is the Single Family Housing Section 502 Guaranteed Loan Program, which you heard many of the lenders express either on current participation or future participation. And this assists approved lenders in providing low and moderate income households the opportunity to own adequate, modest, decent, safe, and sanitary dwellings as their primary residence. Okay. And the agency, USDA, would provide a loan note guarantee to that lender. Eligible applicants may purchase existing homes, which may also include costs to rehab or improve the dwelling or build new. The program provides a 90% loan note guarantee to approved lenders in order to reduce the risk of extending the 100% loan to the eligible home buyers. So no required down payment for this program is expected as well. The program is also not restricted to first-time home buyers. Refinance options through the programs are limited to existing RD borrowers, rural development borrowers. Let's see, the household income limits for the St. Croix and St. Thomas counties, 1 through 4 person household, maximum income, $90,300, 5 through 8 person household, $119,200. And for St. John, a 1 through 4 person household, maximum $104,450, 5 through 8 person household, $137,850. Eligible properties financed through the loan guarantee program must also be a single family dwelling, meeting HUD 4001 minimum standards. There's no set maximum loan limit for this program. It's based solely on the applicant's repayment ability, and the interest rate will be negotiated between the applicant and lender, but would be fixed at a standard 30-year term. There's no set credit score requirement, but alternate credit is allowed for those with no traditional credit. It is, however, very dependent on the bank's willingness to make these loans. For homeowners interested in the repair assistance, we have available the Single Family Housing Repair Loan and Grant Program, also known as the Section 504 Home Repair Program, which provides loans to very low income homeowners to repair, improve, and modernize their homes, and grants to elderly, very low income homeowners to remove health and safety hazards. To qualify, the property must be owner occupied. The applicant's sole and primary residence and deemed a single family dwelling. The home must be considered modest with an estimated or appraised value not exceeding the area's applicable loan limit. The applicant must be able to document ownership, and if standard evidence of ownership is not available, it must be demonstrated by providing typically one of the following: records of the local taxing authority showing that the applicant as owner and demonstrating that the real estate taxes for that property were paid by the applicant. We also accept affidavits by others in the community stating that the applicant has occupied the property as the apparent owner for a period of at least 10 years and is generally believed to be the owner, or any instrument, whether recorded or not, that is commonly considered evidence of ownership, such as a deed or mortgage. For this repair program, the income limits are as follows. On St. Croix, 1 through 4 persons, $29,000, 5 through 8, $38,300. St. Thomas, 1 through 4 persons, $33,550, 5 through 8, $44,300. And St. John, a 1 through 4 person household, $45,400, 5 through 8 persons, $59,950. That would be for general program income limit qualifications, but to be eligible for a grant, the income limits tend to be a little lower. Just a quick example, on St. Croix, a 1 person would be looking at maybe $12,200, 2 person $13,900. Similarly, on St. Thomas, a 1 person $14,100, 2 person $16,100. St. John, $19,100, $21,800. And that would, of course, go up in size as the income, as the household increases. The Section 504 loan has a fixed interest rate of 1% and a term of 20 years. The grant, and there's no age limit for the loan. The grant, however, has a 62-year-old age limit. The grant will require a grant agreement that the home is not sold within a 3-year post-repair period, or else the full grant amount would have to be repaid. There's a minimum loan requirement of $1,000, maximum loan of $20,000, and the grant has a maximum lifetime grant assistance which cannot exceed a cumulative $7,500. Loan and grant can be combined for up to $27,500 in assistance. For the repairs, the applicant is responsible for securing the own contractor for completing the repairs. Our agency will provide some oversight to include making sure that the contractor is properly licensed and that both parties enter into construction repair contracts so that the parties understand their respective roles and responsibilities. Also available for repair assistance would be the initial program that I spoke about, the Single Family Housing Direct Program Home Loan. And the requirements described would have to be met as far as income limits, home size, and so forth. That would pretty much sum up my testimony. If there are any additional questions or any clarification is required, I am available. And my email would be Kimme, Kimme, .Bryce, BRYCE, @usda.gov, or we have our general email, which is VI- or hyphen RD for rural development @usda.gov. Our landline is 340-773-9146, extension 4, and agency cell as an option 340-201-4211. For any additional information or to view additional programs, please visit our website at www.rd.usda.gov. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Griffith, Executive Director of Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Senator Kurt Violet, Chairperson of the Finance Committee, members of the committee, other senators present, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Darren Richardson, our Chief Operating Officer, and Ms. Frida Webster, the Director of Home Ownership. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today and represent the 102 dedicated employees of the authority. My testimony today is to provide information on homeownership programs under the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The mission of the VIHFA's Homeownership Division is to provide affordable, first-time homeownership opportunities to low and moderate income families. This undertaking is accomplished through informing, pre-qualifying, educating, and counseling potential buyers to achieve the dream of homeownership and to assist current homeowners in maintaining that dream. This all lends itself to creating sustainable communities within the territory. Pre-qualification is the first step in the evaluation of the creditworthiness of each potential borrower to determine the estimated amount that a person can afford to borrow. The Homeownership Division staff reviews all information submitted carefully to determine eligibility and repayment ability. Eligibility is ascertained based on income, debt, assets, credit, and residency required for first-time home buyers. Key criteria requirements are as follows. Must not have legal interest in real estate property within the previous 3 years. Must be a resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands for at least 3 years, consecutive years, as evidenced by tax filings with the VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Minimum household income as per the joint rules and regulations for the U.S. VI Low and Moderate Income Affordable Housing Program in VI Section Code 29 of area median income as calculated by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This currently translates to 80% of AMI, which is for St. Thomas, $23,500 is the minimum income, St. John, $31,800, and St. Croix, $20,300. The maximum household income limit as per law is 350% of AMI, which currently translates to St. Thomas, $215,600, St. John, $231,700, and St. Croix, $192,150. A fee of $100 or $75 for veterans is required with the application submission. This fee includes the cost of an initial credit report and enrollment in the home buyer education class. Since the pandemic, the authority has suspended in-house classes, but continues to meet this vital need utilizing the Zoom software platform. The authority also partners with eHome America to provide an online home buying course at a cost of $100 for those individuals which prefer to enroll in an online self-paced program. The next homeownership class being offered virtually by the VIHFA will commence on May 19th, 2021. Applicants for homeownership are provided through the following applications. Pick up at the authority's offices in Lagoon Complex, Frederiksted, in St. Croix, and Demerara Plaza, St. Thomas, or at our website, www.vihfa.gov, or can be requested via email at vihfa@vihfa.gov. The types of loans provided by the authority. The authority provides secondary financing as a bridge to provide down payment assistance and/or closing costs as applicable for single-family units or vacant lands. The authority partners with all local lenders, including USDA Rural Development, in financing homes for eligible first-time home buyers. The lending products provided by the authority are as follows. Homestead. The Homestead Program funding source was established by the Virgin Islands government to assist first-time home buyers in acquiring home ownership. Funding of this program would be disbursed from appropriations made by the VI legislature. No funding has been received since the program was transferred to the VIHFA from the then Department of Housing, Parks, and Recreation in 2008. Although this program has not been funded for 13 years, receipts of existing loan payments is ongoing, and the program currently has a balance of $1.1 million. With this balance and no additional infusion of funds, the authority can only assist a maximum of 6 individuals for the year if we use the full maximum amount allowed. Additional funding, of course, is desperately needed for this program. The Homestead Loan Program provides residents with mortgage assistance to purchase or build a first-time home or to acquire land for the purpose of building a first home. The program also provides funding for existing homeowners to improve or repair their primary residence. Primary and secondary financing is available to qualified buyers. For the maximum loan amount for construction or purchase is $220,000 with a maximum term of 30 years and interest rate that shall not exceed 4% by law. For home improvement, the maximum loan amount is $40,000 with a term of 10 years and the interest rate shall not exceed 4% also by law. The Veterans Loan Program is another program established by the Virgin Islands government for the provision of home ownership for first-time home buyers who are veterans. Funding of this program was to be appropriated annually from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund in an amount of $1 million to be spent exclusively for the Veterans Housing Loan Program. In 1984, an amendment reduced the appropriation to $200,000 annually. Through this program, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority provides a home or land mortgage program for Virgin Islands veterans to purchase their first home. No funding has been received since the program was transferred to the VIHFA as well from the then VI Department of Housing, Parks and Recreation in 2008. Although this program has not been funded for 13 years, receipt of existing loan repayments is ongoing, and the program currently has a balance of $1.3 million. With this balance and no additional infusion of funds, the authority can only assist a maximum of 6 individuals if we give the maximum loan amount for the year. Additional funding for this program is also desperately needed. To be eligible for a veterans loan, the authority must receive a VA eligibility form from the local Veterans Affairs office stating the client's eligibility status. The maximum veterans loan is similar to the other loans. It's $220,000 for construction or purchase. The term is 30 years and the interest rate shall not exceed 6%. For home improvement, the maximum loan amount is $40,000, term 10 years, and the interest rate shall not exceed 4%. The Moderate Income Program was established by the Virgin Islands government for first-time home buyers. This is another program that we offer. These funds consist of monies appropriated by the legislature deriving from proceeds of all sales or rentals of moderate income housing up to $250,000, and all amounts transferred by the governor from the Emergency Housing Fund. This program receives $250,000 annually from the government and was last funded in December of 2020 with an available balance of $1.8 million. The interest rate of this one is similar to the veterans. Maximum loan amount, $220,000. Interest rate shall not exceed 6% for construction or purchase. For the home improvement, it's $40,000 maximum loan amount, maximum term, 10 years, and interest rate shall not exceed 6%. The home program. The home program is a grant program under HUD, which provides funds to support state and local affordable housing properties. The primary objective of the home program is to expand the supply of decent, safe, sanitary, and affordable housing for low and very low income families by providing grants to state and local governments referred to as participating jurisdictions, or PJs. The Housing Finance Authority administers the home program in the territory. Funds may be used for acquisition, rehabilitation, and new construction of a house. PJs may issue funding in the form of grants and loans to eligible applicants. The territory receives an annual funding allocation based on a formula which is derived by the federal government. The VIHFA's allocation for this fiscal year is $911,622 and currently has a program balance of $828,513. The interest rates are as low as 1% for this loan, and also grants are given which do not carry an interest rate. HUD also establishes new home maximum purchase price limits for the utilization of home funds in April of every year. For example, the maximum home value limit for a one-unit home as of April 1st, 2020 is $318,000 for St. Thomas and $238,000 for St. Croix and St. John. The VIHFA also receives stamp tax. The VIHFA received $4,080,756 of stamp tax funding from the central government on October 1st, 2020, which covers obligations up to fiscal year 2020. Stamp tax is currently used for pre-construction, A&E, subdivision plans, surveying, and other infrastructure-related activities such as roads and WAPA electrical conduits and light poles. The VIHFA does not include these costs in the home sales price offered to clients of the authority, in essence allowing every homeowner to receive a $35,000 to $50,000 subsidy, by which also means the authority does not recoup this allocation for future developments. Passing these costs onto homeowners would make the average home sold by the authority over $400,000 in St. Thomas, St. John, and over $300,000 in St. Croix. That's why we do not pass these costs on to new homeowners. Land purchase. The authority will sell undeveloped lots to qualified individuals with the intent that a home will be constructed within 10 years of acquisition. Lots will be sold at appraised value. 10% down payment is required, 0% for veterans. If financed by the authority, the maximum loan amount is $50,000 for a term of 10 years. The authority also provides a subsidy. The difference between the appraised value less the down payment and the loan amount is called a subsidy discount that we provide, which is a soft second mortgage for a period of 25 years, a grant, if you will. If the property is sold prior to the 25-year period, the subsidy discount must be repaid to VIHFA on a prorated basis at the time of sales. The current interest rate for land purchase is 4.25%. The authority does not offer refinancing options, but will work with its existing mortgage clients to provide loss mitigations options as needed. Currently, the authority has a mortgage-ready pool of 110 clients in the District of St. Croix and 187 in the St. Thomas, St. John District, totaling 297 mortgage-ready applicants. The authority does not have a shortage of clients, but it does have a dramatic shortage in local funding. The VIHFA and Alaska's HFA are the only two housing finance authorities out of the 53 HFAs in the USA that actually build affordable housing. All of the others only provide financing. The VIHFA's only source of local construction funding has been the stamp tax, which is primarily used to fund infrastructure improvements. It is only in the last 2 years, with the approval of the CDBG DR action plan, that the authority has seen any significant funding into its program. These HUD funds will now allow the authority to develop an entire subdivision at one time. Subdivision architectural and engineering, permitting and plans take over 24 months to develop and complete before dirt can even be moved in a subdivision. The HUD program only allows individuals with income at or below 120% AMI to benefit from them. This means that without local funding, the authority will not be able to serve its middle income clients. The power lies with the legislature to appropriate funding to allow the VIHFA to serve this middle income population in the territory. Funds for home construction are important because currently only two of the local funding institutions, Banco Popular and USDA, fund construction loans for individuals. That means if someone is not purchasing a turnkey home that is fully constructed, these two institutions are the only ones that can assist them. I hope to find out that might be different. The VIHFA has built almost all of the Bon Esperance subdivision in St. Croix using its Buy a Lot, Build a Home program in partnership with these two institutions. Banco Popular and USDA finance the home construction, and the VIHFA performs construction management services for the homeowners as selected contractor in the previously mentioned program. First Bank has also partnered with the authority in unlocking the door to affordable housing by giving construction loans to contractors. They currently have a construction loan with one contractor, and the authority has to sign a repurchase agreement with the bank in order for it to agree to finance the 10 homes which are nearing completion in the Mount Pleasant development in St. Croix. For homeownership to thrive in the territory, the authority believes that we need the following from local banks and the legislature. From our local banks, we ask that more local banks should allow for individual construction loans. And two, for them to utilize the full banking array of tools that allow families to purchase homes with less than 20% down payment. The 20% down payment is a significant hindrance to first-time homeownership, and partnership with USDA is critical to allow that to happen. For the legislature, the authority asks that an increase in the stamp tax funding to the VIHFA from 30% to 60%. This will allow the VIHFA to use stamp tax funds for more than just infrastructure, including constructing homes for the middle income population. Allocate funds to homestead, veterans, and moderate income programs. It has been over a decade since these programs have been funded. The STEP program will generate over $35 million in gross receipts to this territory. We ask that $21 million from gross receipts be shared equally into these programs. In closing, I take this time to thank the staff of the VIHFA, for the perseverance through COVID-19 and our continuing recovery from 2 Category 5 hurricanes. Notwithstanding our challenges, they continue to do the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. The VIHFA Board of Directors, your wisdom and guidance to the authority is always greatly appreciated. To the Senate body, thank you for your support as we work in these unprecedented times. And to our lending partners, thank you for your support too as well. The staff of the authority and I stand ready for your questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you to all the testifiers. We're going to go straight into a round of questioning. We'll begin with Senator Blyden, and we'll have a 7-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, staff, central staff. And thank you, testifiers, for those testimonies, some good information. I know, and I don't believe, I know homeownership is one of the most important investment anyone can make in a lifetime. And I believe that the information that you guys gave is good, but I think there's a lot of information that we're going to try and get from you in terms of seeing how we can assist our people here in the territory to attain homeownership opportunities, especially those who are career employed, like teachers, firemen, police officers, even fellow senators who really cannot, and I mean do not have access in obtaining a home in a territory. We need to dig down and dive deep to find out how we can actually be creative and afford those individuals those opportunities. Let me ask, I guess it's going to be for all of the different banks, in terms of 0% down. I know in the United States and in Puerto Rico, you can buy a house with 0% down because of the down payment assistance program. Can you tell me why we do not have that option here in the territory? I will start with Banco Popular, the down payment assistance program. Ms. Woback?
Yes, good morning, Senator.
Morning.
We will give up to 95% loan to value in partnership with the VA Housing Finance Authority. And those programs in Puerto Rico are subsidized in some form. So if we do have a subsidized match, we are willing to move forward with those opportunities. The VA Housing Finance Authority, one of the caveats is that the client must complete the home ownership program, which many clients start and do not complete. But if they do complete that program, we deem that they are more ready for this expense. It is a lifetime expense, and we will grant up to 95% loan-to-value financing.
Have you looked into the reason why some folks do not complete the program? Have you gleaned any information as to why not?
I would have to defer that to Mr. Griffith.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Scotiabank, before I go to Mr. Griffith, Scotiabank, same reason? Oriental Bank. I forgot the name changed.
Thank you. We currently do not offer that program. We are, as I mentioned previously, in the process of securing licensing to do mortgage products other than the conventional Fannie Mae mortgage product.
Okay, what about Bank of St. Croix?
Good morning. We do have some options, as I mentioned, including which are through the federally guaranteed programs. That includes the FHA first-time home buyers, which will allow for up to 96.5% financing. We do the VA at 100%. We are just working on getting the rural development at 100%. And now that we are offering more homeownership options, I will definitely be calling Daryl about seeing how we too can partner with them in being able to offer more products with lower down payment requirements. Currently, with our secondary market lender that we do our conventional loans through, we have not been able to get the option of private mortgage insurance, which would allow us to do higher financing limits. That is something that is a challenge here. There's not a lot of secondary market lenders that are willing to do that in this market. And that is something that we are working on as well.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. First Bank.
Good morning, Senator Blyden. Thanks for the question. In regards to First Bank, we offer two government guaranteed product offerings, which is a VA loan for the purchase or refinances of primary residences, and that we provide 100% financing, provided we get the guarantee. Additionally, with rural development, we also provide 100% financing, provided we get the guarantee for purchase or refinance transactions relative to primary residences. First Bank also has, and First Bank also has a non-conforming product that we have available, where we provide up to 85% financing for those clients who may not qualify for either the government guaranteed products or the Fannie Mae product, which are the loans that are sold in the secondary market. So we do have a unique product suite that is available to the community based on their need. Additionally, we have commenced conversations with the Director of Homeownership at the VI Housing Finance Authority about assisting with, some of the upfront costs associated with purchasing a home, such as, absorbing the application fee, the appraisal, the survey, the title search fee, which could run roughly between $1,500 to $2,000. So, thank you. So it is a great opportunity that, we're able to partner with this entity, coupled with the fact that in 2020, we partnered with various community entities such as the Small Business Development Center, VI Housing Authority, VI Housing Finance Authority, as well as the University of the Virgin Islands to co-facilitate financial literacy, home ownership workshops, workshops relative to credit, how to establish credit, repair credit, build credit. We recently, about 2 weeks ago, partnered with the Housing Finance Authority for their first-time homebuyer program to discuss the fundamentals of mortgage. And I believe they have like 37 participants. So it was a wonderful opportunity. And we're always trying to identify opportunities in the community to be able to talk about those critical areas, to be able to prepare those first-time home buyers, for home ownership.
Okay, thank you.
So that's one of the things that we've been doing here at First Bank.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And quickly before my time is called, I know the average purchase price throughout the United States is 3 to 5% of the purchase, but here in the territory is 20%, which means if your house costs an average of $500,000, you got to come with $100,000 cash. Why is the percentage so high here in the territory compared to the rest of the United States? Is there any way we can have the percentage at a lower level in order for folks who qualify more easily?
Time.
Any one of the
Is that
banks?
question?
Any one of the banks? Because I'm sure it's the same answer or same response.
Well, good day, Senator Blyden. I can try to answer that question. As you indicated, the cost to purchase housing in the territory, there was a significant increase in the average sales price between 2019 and 2020. In the St. Croix market, it was interesting. The average sales price is $475,000, which is up 18% from 2019. In St. Thomas, the average sales price is roughly $548,000, up 10% from 2019. So the cost to purchase homes in the territory is very high compared to the United States. It's a different market, different type of construction. So a lot of those factors need to be taken into consideration, coupled with the fact that the cost of homeowner insurance in the territory is high because of the jurisdiction that we are in fact in. And a client is required to pay monthly a principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. The taxes and insurance are the escrow component, and the insurance component is included in that. So you can have a situation where a client is required to pay principal and interest $1,100 a month, and then they have to obtain insurance up to 80% replacement cost new. That's what we do here at First Bank. That could be additional $500-600 a month. So your payment is now $1,700 excluding taxes, property taxes. So that has to be taken into consideration when we having these types of conversations, because the banks have products available with zero down payments, as I indicated, rural development, as well as VA, and then the non-conforming product type, First Bank does up to 85%. So one of the things that we always try to impart to the community when we're co-facilitating some of these homeownership trainings is preparation. Applicants really need to be prepared to purchase a home, because there are a number of factors that are taken into consideration when you are interested or taking the next step to purchase a home. Do you have the down payment? Have you started that process? Do you have sufficient reserves? What have you looked at your credit report to determine what your debts are in relationship to your gross monthly income, because debt to income ratio is a key component to the qualification process, coupled with loan to value, coupled with assets, reserves, and credit. So there are a number of key components, but then it's layered with what's going on in the market. The price of housing is so high. So as Director Griffith indicated, First Bank has in fact partnered with developers that build affordable housing in the community to be able to provide a funding source, and then take it a step further and be able to provide those individual homeowners with financing. But the key is getting developers to build affordable housing in the territory. That's a conversation that needs to be had.
I agree, and thank you so much. I'll let my colleague follow up because my time has been called, but I'll deep dive in the second round. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before I go on to Senator Sorrow, the reference is being made to loans that are subsidized or loans under rural development. With the mortgage loans under rural development, they're income-based, correct?
That is correct.
And the income-based for St. Croix is $46,400?
That would be for the 502 Direct Low Income Program. Yes.
And what is the income base for the Single Family Housing Section 502 Guaranteed Loan Program?
For St. Croix, 1 through 4 person household is $90,300.
Okay, and for that particular loan, is it zero down? I'm saying the program provides 90% loan guarantee to the bank, and the program then assumes next 10%, because it says so no required money down for those who qualify.
Well, the program is 100%, would be afforded 100% to the borrower. However, the banks would receive up to the 90% loan guarantee in the event of any losses, for example, due to foreclosure or other similar instances.
And how many individuals have taken advantage of this particular program?
I actually pulled a few numbers. Let's see. For 2021, based on the report, it showed 6 loans being made thus far, 4 with Banco Popular, 1 with First Bank, and 1 with Flagstar, so far in 2021.
Give me the 2020 numbers. 2020.
Yeah, 2020 was 0.
2019.
2019 was 2. I don't have the banks that participated then. 2018 was also 2. 2017 2. 2016 7. 15 9.
Okay, so
and that's as far.
Do you believe it's because individuals don't know that this program exists, or what are the reasons why individuals are not trying to qualify under this program that offers on St. Croix a 1 to 4 person household up to $90,000 to qualify for a loan? What do you think it is? Just lack of information?
No, I don't think it's a lack of information. Our phones are ringing off the hook. The information is being given out. What I have personally encountered myself in speaking to clients, in addition to what had been stated, lack of available units, but more so, many of them are seeking construction. Some clients do have their land, some don't. The program allows for the purchase of land. And I think this question may have to be answered individually by the lenders. As to what I've learned from some of the clients, the banks are saying they're not affording the construction loans for one reason or the other.
Okay, so stop there. And I know my colleagues are gonna deep dive. The various banks, can you first let us know whether or not you accept loans that are backed by rural development, starting with Banco Popular?
Yes, we accept loans by rural development. We also offer construction loans. I will add.
Under rural development?
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
let me
we
rephrase
do
the question.
construction loans outside of rural development also.
Let me rephrase for each of the bank, and then I'm going to go to Senator Sarro. First, I want to know whether or not you accept loans under rural development, and then I want to know if it's new construction or, what it says here, rehabilitate, improve a dwelling, or build new. Tell me which one of them your bank accepts. You may conclude, Ms. Roebuck.
We accept all loans under rural development.
Okay. Oriental?
We do not currently offer rural loans under USDA rural development.
Any particular reason why? If it's back?
We are in the process of securing licensing under Oriental. Previously in Scotiabank, we did offer. However, since we have become Oriental, we are in the process of securing licensing.
Okay, so you hope to do it very soon?
Yes.
Bank of St. Croix?
Good morning.
Morning.
We just became eligible and secured a licensing in December of 2020 to be able to offer those types of loans and are currently working on getting our programming and infrastructure in place. We hope to be able to start doing that, within a couple weeks, actually.
First Bank, thank you so much.
Morning, Senator VLA. Yes, First Bank obtained their license to offer rural development loans to the community in November 2019. And in Q1 2021, we did grant a rural development loan for a purchase transaction in the St. Thomas district.
So you do purchase, do you also do reconstruction, rehabilitation?
Okay. We do purchase and refinance under rural.
Okay, so you do purchase of an existing home, but you don't do new homes, a home that is being built. You want to give a construction loan?
We do on the non-conforming side, we do offer residential construction loans on a case-by-case basis to existing clients. In lieu of that, we also offer cash-out refinance on the conforming and non-conforming side, where clients can take the equity from the subject property and borrow against for home improvement and construction-related build-out purposes. From a loan-to-value perspective, on the non-conforming side, we do up to 80%. And then on the conforming side, we also do up to 80%.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Well, I'll go to Senator Sarro. 80%, I have it. They guarantee up to 90, but you're doing 80. I'll come back there. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Thank you, and good morning to all. This is a touchy topic for me, just being a millennial. And when you look at people that are older than us, they were able to purchase homes like in the St. Thomas St. John district, in the border establishment, old Tutu, new Tutu. And then there's this massive gap between them and us. And the problem here, too, when you look at the data, and it's been a topic in the national election, is the fact that my generation, the data shows it, remains the most indebted generation so far. Student loans are killing us. So I heard Ms. Malone discuss the debt ratio. How does the student loan, that most of us have student loans over 100,000. And when you look at, for me, Fed loan servicing, my loan will get paid off like in the year 2046 or some craziness. How does that impact the ability to secure a loan? Ms. Malone will take up all my time because I need to go to Ms. Bowery. Sorry, Ms. Bowery. Sorry, Ms. Roebuck. I apologize. Ms. Roebuck. Please don't kill me, Ms. Roebuck. Go ahead, Ms. Malone. Succinctly.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Senator Thoreau. Thanks for the question. It's a very good question. And, you know, we recognize that a lot of millennials have student loan debt. And, you know, one of the recommendations that we make in the home ownership courses is to tell our you know, participants that it's important that, you know, you determine at that time whether or not you right now can apply for a mortgage because of all of the existing debt that you may have, whether it's a student loan, an auto loan.
Okay, so pause there, Ms. Malone. So you say for us to determine, that's the reality right now. So if that is the reality, what options are you giving that particular group that remains so indebted? Because if you're asking me for 20%, which is 70,000 roughly, I don't know where the teacher or the attorney or the doctor that has student loans in arrears of like maybe 500K, where are they to find that 70K? And then sometimes when a professional leaves an institution, you may start off at 90 or 100,000, but when you look at the cost of living and everything else that you factored in, you still don't meet that threshold with the rural development portion. So I just want us to think a bit creatively, and maybe this is not the bank's role, maybe it's via HFA, maybe it's us, but you know, it's a burning question for a lot of us. So I don't think we should be able to choose every millennial I know in the Virgin Islands. Most of us, if you have 10 of us in a room, 8 of us live in our parents' home, to include me. So how do we move around that and provide those options given the reality now of the situation?
I think it's a very
Senator, I would like.
Ms. Roebuck? Again, accept my apologies, okay?
I would like the opportunity to address that.
Okay.
First of all, I want to get away from the discussion of 80% down payment. It is really 80% loan to value, which is different. And it's, you know, that's by a case basis. So it's not a hard 80% or nothing. It's not a down payment. It's loan to value, first of all. And second, when we talk about student loans, you know, this is where the home ownership and the financing education comes in. Student loans, at the bank, we consider 1% of the balance if it's deferred. So the first thing is for you to look at how can I defer my loan for established periods where you have a certain portion that's deferred for a certain period of time. Thereby, that won't show up on your credit report until that deferment period, and you can do a rolling schedule with that. And then the bank will consider 1% of that deferred amount. So you have a loan of 100,000, you have a deferment for 90%, that 10% is what the bank will use, 1% of that 10%. And it can continue and go on like that. So there are avenues. And I hope from this forum that we will encourage the community to have those discussions with your bank, to seek that credit counseling, to seek that financing counseling, because there are ways and means.
Okay, so coming from
2
firsthand,
minutes.
thank you, Ms. Roebuck, for that response. Coming from firsthand experience, that is not translated to us from the staff below, from your rank and file. So you're speaking to us and you're telling us this, but that's not the information that I received in the process of trying to be a homeowner that does have one. I think I speak for a lot of us in that arena, and I have a few people in here shaking their head because that is our reality, and that's what I want to have a discussion today on closing the gap and receiving that information so we could move forward. But I coming back to talk about student loans in the next round, hopefully. So in your testimony, Ms. Roebuck, I think you said for the construction loan, conventional, some loan, 12 months. That's just so many, it was construction? Okay,
Construction.
So construction is to be completed within 12 months of the period of construction. So given the fact that the territory is rebuilding now and construction workers aren't looking for work, it's hard to find a construction company to be done within that time frame. Have you factored that in, or it's still 12 months?
12 months is a policy. However, that's not a hard stop number.
Okay.
We do have construction loans that go over that period. We don't want to disburse the loan and the project sits. We want to keep the project moving as much as possible.
So no
So
penalty?
it's not a hard stop number.
So no penalty involved if it's past the 12-month time frame?
No, we don't assign a penalty.
Okay. And then my colleague before me kind of alluded to the down payment assistance programs. Are there any? What was the answer? Yes? No? No, right?
It would be through the Rural Development Veterans Administration that can offer up to 100% financing, or VI Housing Finance has funding for a subsidy program.
Okay, so that basically, Miss, so what I noticed today is everybody, they're receiving their license through rural development like 2019. So the people in 2018, 2017 who attempted this, these options weren't available at the time. Correct?
They were available with Scotiabank at the time,
Scotia.
and we did book some at Scotiabank at the time.
Okay, testifiers, just for the stenographer's sake, Ms. Rogers, just state your name before you speak, okay? So they could have a record. And then, can I have a next question, Mr. Chair? I have a lot of questions today. To Ms. the Rural Development Bank, I can't, what's Ms. Boyce? Bryce, sorry. I can't read them little tiny words. So Ms. Bryce, for the single family, we just did, the census was conducted 2020. Do you expect a change in what these amounts would be like for the single family, 53,000 St. Thomas, 46,400 St. Croix, 72,650 St. John?
That is the belief. We typically see a change in May. I'm not sure when the census data will be released, however, officially. So that will be dependent on that. But yes, that is the hope, that it will be increased.
Okay, and lastly, to all the banks, the length of time. Do you do your underwriting in-house during the loan process, and what is the length of time that you take to respond to someone on the status of their application? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. You may respond, any one of the banks, or each bank individually?
For Banco Popular, the length of time to process application, our goal is 60 to 90 days. It does depend largely on the client and whether they are completing the application process within that time. And it is quite a bit of information, from surveys, appraisals, permits. There are a lot of things that have to be done, title search. So if the client is working promptly with us, we will move the process, because our goal is to close within 60 to 90 days. I'm sorry, there was another question and I forgot.
The underwriting is done in-house.
Is the underwriting done locally, in-house, or off-island?
Yes, our underwriting is done locally. Ms. Rosalind Webster is our Vice President of Mortgage, and she has a lending authority up to $1 million.
Okay, First Bank.
Good morning, Dina Perry Malone. And the process takes roughly between 60 and 90 days. There are a number of dependencies, such as the client being responsive, coupled with our third-party service providers, such as the appraisal being received timely, as well as the survey. So there are a number of dependencies
Okay, well,
that contribute to that 60 to
excuse
90
me
day
one
window.
second in terms of the answer. Okay, we know that there's a lot of paperwork and the client might take a while to turn it in, so I don't think we're going from that basis. After the application package is completed, how long does it take? Let's get the answer from there. After the client have submitted all the documentation, how long does it take?
Sure. Upon receiving a completed application package, we will process it within a 30-day time frame and reach back out to the client to determine if there's any additional documentation pending.
Okay.
If there is not any additional documentation and we have received the appraisal, then it is submitted to underwriting for a credit decision. But we also have to, again, wait for the appraisal because there's a loan to value component that's factored in to the, the underwriting component.
And where's the underwriting now?
The underwriting, we have experienced credit officers in the Virgin Islands region with designated lending authority. I have lending authority up to $750,000, and it's a joint effort between the Virgin Islands region and First Bank Puerto Rico.
Bank of St. Croix? How long does it take after a completed package, and who does the underwriting? Where is the underwriting conducted?
So we have two streams. If we are doing a secondary market loan, the underwriter is the lender in that case, and they typically will give us a conditional approval within, I would say, average 7 to 10 days after we turn in a completed package. For those loans that we are portfolioing, that is, the bank is keeping the loan, we would typically see a response from our underwriter within 10 to 15 days after submitting a completed package. We do generally underwrite and close our loans, as both my colleagues noted, between 60 to 90 days from start to finish.
Okay, thank you. And Bank of St. Croix. Did I just do Bank of St. Croix?
Yes.
Oriental.
Okay, I echo what my colleagues prior to me have said. We typically take about 60 to 90 days to close once we've received all of the necessary information.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our underwriting is completed by our mortgage processing unit, which is based in Puerto Rico.
Okay. Thank you so
Senator,
much.
if I may.
Before I recognize... Yeah, who's that?
Oren Roebuck.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Roebuck.
I just want to add that our underwriting takes 3 days. In 3 days, we can give our qualification.
Okay. Before I go to Senator Francis, welcome Senator Fred Gregory. Thank you so much for coming. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Well, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. This hearing is a very, very important hearing based on the number of conversation, texts, and everything else that I've been receiving in respect to this discussion today. I think traditionally, and I want to thank the testifiers for their testimony again and providing that very informative information that they brought forth. Traditionally, here in the Virgin Islands, I think that our local banks have been conservative lenders, but nonetheless, we are hearing of individuals that's not in fact qualifying for certain loans. But we find ourselves in a quagmire. You know, certainly we have an issue regarding our ability to have home ownership that continue to be unavailable, and rentals. We do have a rental crisis, hence. You know, when we have this discussion, we still have to be concerned by the fact that we do challenged by inability to have rentals available territory-wide, which is really forcing us on the brink of homelessness. And a lot of times you see that individuals are then relocating in order to find suitable homes. I think in our testimony today, too, we heard where the middle income continue to be challenged there, and I would like to be able to provide some responses to texts that I've received and to ask go back to Housing Finance Authority, first of all, in regards to our middle income. How can the legislature, how can the government assist in being able to close that loophole?
Thank you so much, Senator. For the legislature to be able to assist Housing Finance Authority directly, we need just really two things for you to get the process going. One is the funding of our homestead, veterans, and moderate income program. As I mentioned in my testimony, the homestead and the moderate income program have not been funded by the legislature since they came to the authority in 2008. That means we've received no new funding for that program at all. And then I would humbly ask that if the legislature can look into increasing the percentage of the stamp tax given to the authority. We receive 30% of stamp tax, and if that can be increased by 60% or any higher number, so that we can get the funds from the stamp tax and use it for the benefit of the middle income clientele. I said two, but I actually have a third one, and it's simply gross receipts. To take some portion of the gross receipts that was generated by the stamp tax and use it to fund those other programs that I mentioned too as well. That would really help us to be able to serve the middle class clientele.
Very well. And I think also in our discussion today, we have heard in regards to construction loan, and construction makes sense. And, when you look at the cost of being able to even for a housing community, I know recently in a discussion with the Dono development that they talk about, it'll cost per unit at least $650,000 to actually build out from beginning to end, all inclusive. It'll cost about $650,000 to actually build each and every unit there, which makes sense for individuals to then really just construct their own home and be able to get that. So I wanted to go to Vice President Ms. Roebuck. Vice President Roebuck, in regards to what are some of the challenges that you're experiencing in regards to construction loan? Can you speak to those?
Thank you, Senator. In terms of construction loan, the challenges would be the market pricing, as you have indicated, but it's more on a personal level. The debt-to-income ratio is a major factor. FICO scores, and then title, the legal title of properties is also a challenge for us. We do see quite a few applicants that come in and they do not have full title to the property. It's shared, it's been inherited, and it's distributed among several individuals, although they are the one that has been living on the property, they are the one that's been paying the property tax. But without the legal title, we really can't move forward on that. So yes, the market pricing, the debt to income ratio, which is the amount of debt the individual is carrying compared to their gross income, is a major factor. And again, I emphasize these are things that can be corrected or better prepared through home ownership programs and financial education programs. Those are major obstacles as far as construction.
Very well. And I'd like to ask First Bank in regards to not offering construction loan. Is there any specific reason why you don't offer construction loans?
I apologize. First Bank offers residential construction loans to its existing clients on a case-by-case basis. So we do actually offer it. For those individuals that are not existing clients, we offer, in lieu of that, we offer cash out refinances where you could actually borrow against the equity in the subject property on the non-conforming side up to roughly 80%.
2 minutes.
Construction build out or home improvement.
Very well. And I wanted to ask each of the banks if you could just speak towards your marketing or information in terms of financial literacy. We know that in the past, government employees, for example, really relied on their ability to go to GRS to get loan. Even in some instances, a lot of the Island Finance, AFCO, and those things. And I don't know that people took the necessary precautions in terms of protecting their credit score or FICO score. How are you engaged in being able to better prepare and bring awareness in terms of financial literacy and having homeowners or individuals that's in the market for loans better prepared to undertake applications? And we could start with Banco Popular and then work our way down.
Well, financial education is very, very important. And for that cause, we have underwritten the Housing Expo, sponsored by the Housing Finance Authority for many years, and done workshops with them. We have purchased the material for their home ownership programs. We do in-house financial education workshops through the university, through small business. We try to get out any and everywhere we possibly could. I am also on the board member for the Junior Achievement, and we offer Economics for Success classes. Right now, those classes are virtually. I have personally taught those classes, as well as my staff. We go into the classrooms from junior high, elementary, because financial education really has to be a culture. It has to start at the elementary level, go into junior high and high school. So we try to capture that audience as young as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Roebuck, anyone else that want to weigh in terms of again, financial education?
Sure. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. As Orrin indicated, financial literacy, it's of key importance. And First Bank in 2020 partnered with the Small Business Development Center, VI Housing Authority, VI Housing Finance Authority, as well as UVI to co-facilitate financial literacy seminars focusing on saving and budgeting, as well as home ownership and credit seminars for first-time home buyers, really trying to understand how to navigate through the mortgage loan process, as well as how to establish and repair credit. And I facilitate the majority of the homeowner and credit and based workshops in my role here at First Bank, coupled with the fact that I'm also on the Board of Commissioners for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And we also partner with them. So this is of key importance because we want to be able to educate the community on the products and services that are in fact available to be able to transition them and prepare them eventually for home ownership.
Very well, thank you. And let me just go on in regards to information that we have received that no lender gives veteran land loans in the Virgin Islands. If that is the case, why not? Banco Popular, First Bank, and then we could go to certainly Oriental and the other banks. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. But no lenders give veterans land loan in the Virgin Islands. Why not?
Time.
We can start with each of the banks. Let's start again with Banco Popular.
I'm not aware if Veterans Administration provides a certificate for land loans. We're restricted by what certificate is provided. So that's something I will take back and check with my team.
Thank you so much. Ms. Williams, Bank of St. Croix.
Once again, Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. As my colleague, Ms. Roebuck, just noted, currently, we are not aware that the Veterans Administration offers a guarantee for land loans. We will explore that, but it's my understanding that it is not currently available through our lenders in this market.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank.
Paula Bertrand Rogers. Oriental Bank is currently in the process of securing licensing to provide VA loans, FHA loans, those types of things. So we currently do not offer.
The question was
VA
veterans.
loans.
Veterans, not HFA. Veterans?
Right. We are currently in the process of securing licensing to do VA loans.
First Bank? Ms. Perry Malone?
Good afternoon. In regards to the VA product offering, we offer financing for purchase and refinance transactions. I am not aware of a VA guarantee for land loan product, but I will look into it.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to be a bit clear on the record as to the subgroup that has the most issues. Those middle-income individuals, especially if they're married, that don't qualify under the 90,000 combined income level. If you have a teacher that's married to a nurse, it's $100,000. And they don't qualify under any of these scenarios, but yet they don't make enough to be able to put down the 20%. So I'm just putting that out there as to how can we be creative to capture that group, because our failure to capture that group as homeowners is consistently leading to a brain drain and those individuals relocating to a next jurisdiction where they're able to get a home pretty quickly. So we have to come up with some creative mechanism that would allow our nurses and teachers and those professionals to be able to acquire home ownership, especially if they're a married couple. I could just think of so many young individuals that just got married recently that automatically don't qualify because they have a decent job that's paying $50,000. So if we fail to be creative, then we're going to fail to retain that base of individuals who we need in the Virgin Islands so badly. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, and everybody who is viewing and listening. The issue today, of course, like all of my colleagues are expressing, is extremely important. As the banking and credit climate determines who, when, and how our citizens will be able to buy a home. So I thank the chair for organizing this committee hearing today, because I know a lot of people are listening and have a lot of questions. I think the question here, or not the question, the main problem here is affordability. And one of the things that we're seeing here is that relatively low incomes, high construction costs, limited development, high pricing of real estate, clearly our people can't afford to buy a home. We see that, can't hear me. We see that during 2017, the median home price was approximately 7 times higher than the household income. So clearly there's a huge gap and huge disparity among our people to be able to purchase and own a home. So, what can we do to change that? We're here trying to seek answers and try to understand what's the problem. What do you all recommend? Anybody who wishes to jump in?
Oren Roba, Banco Popular. Senator, I wish I had an easy answer. We do not control the market price. And the market price is a significant hindrance to that population that you want to target, because that population does not necessarily want to live in a community, low income community. They want a certain level of housing and fixtures and features and land, and the market is a significant hindrance to what they want to achieve. So I don't know that we have an easy answer. I do think that Mr. Griffith and the Housing Finance Authority would like to be able to offer more products and would like to work with us to be more creative and offer more subsidies for those brackets. But again, his call is for financing. How can this body better prepare him to get creative with the bank and to move in the direction to assist that group? And I can say we are open. We're open and ready to lend. You know, there's this misconception that the bank don't want to lend. That's the only way we make money. We have to lend. We want to lend. Many aren't aware that deposits on a bank's balance sheet is a liability. It's not an asset. Our asset are our loans. So we want to be creative. We want to be flexible. And we're open and ready for business.
Well, thank you, Ms. Roebuck, for sharing that with us. Let me ask you, what are the basic requirements to obtain then a home loan in 2021? And what's a basic credit score necessary in order to do so?
A credit score, and Orrin Roebuck, Banco Popular, our credit score, we're looking at like 640, 630, 640 and up. Our loan to debt ratio, we are looking at 40%. Clear title on the property, and the loan to value at 80 to 90%, depending on the program and whether it's construction or purchase, conforming or non-conforming. So there are factors in there.
And you said what's your ratio of approval for mortgage loans for home compared to those that apply?
Now there's several factors that go into that. There are applications that are discontinued or withdrawn for numerous reasons. But right now we have maybe a 35 to 40% booked rate from origination.
Got you. First Bank?
The question, Senator, in regards to the qualification process, in terms of debt to income ratio, which is the gross income in relationship to the monthly debt obligations, the rule of thumb is roughly 43%. In terms of FICO score, that really depends on the mortgage product. So for the conforming credit facilities, including government guaranteed, it's around 620. And those are loans on the conforming side that are eligible for delivery in a secondary market, which is Fannie Mae. In terms of non-conforming,
2 minutes.
The credit score is the FICO score requirement at First Bank is 680. Those are portfolio loans that First Bank actually holds the risk on. In terms of loan to value, it's up to, for purchase transactions, up to 80% financing on Fannie Mae conforming credit facilities, and on non-conforming, we can go up to, on purchase, roughly 85%, 90%, provided the client has compensating factors. In terms of our pull-through rate, which from application to loan disbursement, it's 41% in 2020. So I hope I answered your question, Senator.
Thank you. Oriento?
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. Tala Bertrand Rogers.
Unmute your device.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Atala Bertrand Rogers. Good afternoon, Senator Carrion. At Oriental, our minimum credit score requirement is 620. Our loan to debt ratio, income to debt ratio, I apologize, is 40%, and our loan to value 80%.
Bank of St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Carrion.
Good afternoon.
Christiana Williams. Like most of the banks, our loan to value amount is 80%. As we talked about, there are programs that allow us to lend a higher percentage, including the VA, the FHA, the Rural Housing Program. Those programs often allow for a lower credit score. So depending on the program, the credit score qualification can be as low as 620 or 680 if it's a conventional loan. So it does vary. Debt to income ratio typically for most programs would be at 43%. And one of the important things to note is a lot of those limitations are set by the federal government. We are federally regulated institutions. We are examined by both the FDIC or the OCC. And as such, we must follow certain federal mortgage standards. And we do have exceptions, as you know, some of my colleagues talked about some in-house programs, but a lot of times those non-conforming products has to still meet our regulators' approval, so to speak. So that's one of the important things to note. We are federally regulated, and we do have some restrictions on what we can do as lenders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for the
Just
second
give
round.
you some, I've given everybody extra time because very good discussion. Mr. Griffith, in reference to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, you have to be living in the Virgin Islands for X amount of years before you're able to apply?
Yes, sir. By law, it's 3 years.
Okay, and if it's a student returning from college or a student who graduated from a high school in the Virgin Islands and is now back home, does that student qualify despite the fact that or does that person qualify despite the fact that they haven't been here for 3 years, but we have proof that the person is a Virgin Islander or somebody who was educated in the Virgin Islands?
They would have to have 3 years of tax returns in the Virgin Islands to qualify.
3 years of tax
based on
return in the Virgin Islands?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is by title or local policy?
Yeah, by local title, the Virgin Islands Code 29, I believe.
Okay, thank you so much.
So you can change that.
Yeah, we can
if you'd
fix
like.
it. We will fix it. Senator James, you're recognized.
Yes, good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. My question is, ever since Hurricanes Irma, Maria, I know we had a situation where individuals were uninsured and it created a big problem for the people of the territory. And ever since then, we have individuals who were put in a position where they were accustomed to paying a certain amount of money to pay for their mortgage, and now they have individuals who are going through forced place insurance and what have you. So I want to ask Oriental Bank is, ever since Hurricanes Irma, Maria, how have it been going as far as the different cases with individuals being placed in forced place insurance, and how are we handling those individuals to make sure that they can afford paying their mortgage?
Okay, insurance is a required part of your monthly mortgage payment. And as such, we always encourage our customers to seek their own insurance rather than force place. We give them ample opportunity to do so, as well as we educate them that is the better route. Many times forced place insurance is more expensive for a lesser type of coverage. So we have been encouraging our customers to shop around and obtain their own homeowners insurance. However, as we know, homeowners insurance is quite expensive here in the territory, and that can severely impact a client's mortgage payment. So, as I said, we encourage them to shop around to find the best deal. If they are required to force place, we force place for the 80% of the replacement value, and the payment is basically what it is. So their best bet is to shop around and obtain the best pricing for their particular situation.
So, a quick scenario: if an individual had insurance before, and then it came to find out that there was some mix-up, and then they were forced to have forced place insurance. I have a scenario or several cases where individuals went through that, and when they had the transition with Scotiabank and Oriental, that individuals were put in a situation where they could afford it, and now it went up. I just want to know basically what you guys doing to help. So what you said is you have a system in place where you encourage them to shop around. And when you say shop around, is it locally or is it on the U.S. mainland?
Typically, it's local insurance companies that are going to insure the properties that are here in the VI. In addition, there's also Guardian General who insures on behalf of AARP. So anyone 50 and older can, request quotes from them as well. But there are several options here on island that they can shop around to. It is also possible that, if you are forced placed, you can be removed from the forced place program in the middle of your policy if you locate a policy that is more amenable to you.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to make a statement, and then I will get into my line of questioning. I see many times where young Virgin Islanders are going to the U.S. mainland, and they're taking advantage of the opportunities on the U.S. mainland to acquire their home. Whereas when they were living in the U.S. VI, they were unable to do so because of the many challenges in the territory with our banking institutions and our high cost of ownership. I myself, as a senator of the U.S. Virgin Islands, with what I am currently making, it is difficult for people within my age group making that kind of income. So my thing is, we have individuals now going to the U.S. mainland, can get all these opportunities. Like my wife been in the military, so we try to find out the process with the VA loan system. And it's so much easier on the U.S. mainland compared to here. So I know the questions were asked, so I don't want to seem redundant, but it's something that we really have to look into to make sure that young Virgin Islanders can stay here. And like the good principal said, it contributes to the brain drain. All the highly and super intelligent people who can make a difference in the Virgin Islands, they're going to the U.S. mainland, they're getting through instantly. They're on Facebook. Every minute I'm on Facebook, I seen somebody saying, we just closed on our home. We just got a home. And I'm here saying to myself, what? I can't even get through. And I'm a senator, so I can imagine what other people going through. So yes, I appreciate the hearing, but there must be a follow-up. There must be a meeting of the minds where the Lieutenant Governor's office, the first branch of government, really just sit down and find out what can we do, because it's just not making sense. And I feel for individuals who serve in the U.S. military, the good Vice President of the legislature asked that question, so I don't want to repeat the question again, but when individuals go to serve their country and they come back with PTSD and the different challenges and they come back to the territory, it contributes to a certain level of depression. And after you put your life on the risk for serving your country and then you can't even get a simple loan, but yet they're quick to give you a loan for a vehicle, is very disturbing. It is very disturbing. And I wish I have done things differently in the past. I remember when I first went to Hovensa, they gave me a loan for a car instantly. The minute my mom and I went to purchase a home, they gave us a hard time. At the time, I was 19 years old. I was making all the right amount of money. And I just don't know, but at some point, I don't know if you have to change the laws or what, but I know for sure the high cost of living in the territory is something we definitely have to address. Because with the high cost of living, we could be able to afford certain things. And I know that's not the problem of the bankers, but since we're having the discussion, I would like to ask Mr. Darrell Griffith of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, as far as being able to finance the individuals who are interested in acquiring those properties or land down there in Williams. Like, are you associated with that, with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
That's the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, sir. They're the ones who sell those homes.
Okay, so there's no connection. So as far as what you have on the books, I know they mentioned the stuff with the homestead program. Who that goes through? Is that the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority?
Yes, that's through us, and it's through us, correct.
All right, and I was told that it needs to be funded. For it to properly be running and functioning, what exactly is needed from the first branch of government to make sure that that program is running sufficiently? Mr. Griffith?
We need funds. In my testimony, I asked that the legislature to appropriate $7 million in homestead, $7 million in veterans, and $7 million in moderate income. We truly need funding so that we can assist the middle income portion of our population. All the federal dollars assist the low to very low income portion of our population. So if we want to be able to assist moderate income individuals, we need local funding to do that.
So you mentioned it in your testimony, but do you have a breakdown where you have the specifics as to what will really be done with the money?
Yes, the money is used to provide loans to homeowners, and then the stamp tax funds are used to build the infrastructure and build houses.
Well, through the chair, because my time was called, I don't want to abuse my time. Through the chair, I would like to request documentation that speaks to what was said in your testimony and to have you elaborate and give us some more specifics to find out how we can be able to make sure that program is run effectively. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, viewing, listening, and present. To the banking institutions, I'd like to know, is there an annual quota that you have in terms of mortgages? You have a quota?
Good afternoon, Senator. Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular. I wouldn't say we have a quota. We do have a goal that we set every year that I assign to my team. And it's usually a very challenging goal for them to attain portfolio growth.
Okay. First Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, we do have goals that are assigned by region. So it's really for internal purposes.
Same with St. Croix Bank?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, as well. We don't have a quota, but we do set goals for various regions. And as Ms. Roebuck said earlier, we want to lend. We have money to lend. We are looking for opportunities to lend.
Okay, and finally, Oriental Bank?
Hi, good afternoon. Atala Bertrand Rogers. Just as the others have said, we do not have a quota, but we do set internal goals for each of our branches.
Okay,
and we are for business as well.
Okay. On average for the mortgages, do you have for the banks again, and also Housing Finance Authority, what is the average default on loans rate?
Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular. I don't have those numbers with me immediately. I can follow up with you. Our I will say that we are not in a practice of default. We try to keep our default numbers under 10%. We have a loss mitigation program where if a client experiences difficulty with meeting their obligation under their current note, we have various remedies that we can apply, from restructuring the credit to giving deferrals or moratoriums. So we have a slew of available options. We're not real estate firms. We don't want to have to sell property. And as you know, the foreclosure process in the Virgin Islands can take anywhere up to 10 years. So that property is sitting on our books, not attaining interest. That's not the business we're in. We go through an intensive loss mitigation program to try and ensure that our community remains in that home ownership.
Thank you. If there's any one of the banks that anything different, then you could answer. If not, then I'll just move on to the next question. Is there anyone doing anything different to that? No? Okay, good. And because again, I'm certain with the long lines of people trying to own homes, you know, it is showing that they're really not defaulting on any. You know, so once we lock into getting a house here in the VI, we're going to sit to the end. Now, a couple of things I wanted to put in that I faced when I went to purchase a house from the beginning. In construction loans, do you have, how is it? I think it had to do with a cistern. If you have a cistern, you quicker get a loan, or you have to, is a cistern any requirement in terms of purchasing I guess a house on a construction loan?
Popular. A cistern is not a requirement, but again, I stress it's loan to value. I think all of the banks will agree that we don't want to bear the total risk of any project, whether it's a mortgage project, a commercial project. We want to know that the borrower has a vested interest in that project. So when we talk about loan to value, we want to see that you have an invested interest in that project. And again, it's not a down payment. So if you've purchased the land, you've built your cistern, you built your slab, or the land value has appreciated before construction, we consider all of those factors in our underwriting. And it adds value, it adds to the project, and it adds to your investment in the project. But it's not a hard, you must have a cistern.
One quick question in regards to, because of like the downtown area in Savannah, they have potable water. So people building a house and choose not to put in a cistern would because there is government water source in the area, does that add a value, or does that put them in line for a mortgage also, if they choose not to go with the cistern?
I believe the updates to the VI building code has some impact on that. There may be some cistern requirements.
Okay, and you're right. I just wanted to see the flexibility in terms of what we have. Yes, I'm testing the flexibility. The down payment, no, the closing cost can be put into the mortgage still, or how does that work? If they had enough for a down payment, I just don't have enough to make the closing cost. Can I put that into the overall mortgage? Anyone?
I guess I'm the answer. The closing, Orange Roebuck, Banco Popular, the closing costs can be absorbed within the mortgage. And again, we're not talking about down payments, we're talking about loan to value. So when we underwrite the entire credit, we evaluate how much of that can be absorbed within the credit.
Okay, and is it by a percentage or a number?
There's some closing costs that are percentage and some that are hard numbers. Example, legal fees, appraisal fees, survey fees, those are generally maybe hard numbers versus a percentage. But it is overall a percentage of the project.
Okay, and since my time was called, Mr. Chair, one more. In terms of, we have local residents who are seniors who own their properties. They may still be paying mortgages and stuff. They don't have children. Could you explain a reverse mortgage? I don't know, in hearing commercials, it applies to seniors who may be in that position, or could you explain a reverse mortgage for probably seniors who are in that category?
Langton? You directed that for any one of them,
Banks,
Senator?
to the banks, I guess whomever gives reverse mortgages in banks, if they do. If they don't, then that would answer that. But just some questions that were given to me.
I don't think any of the banks have a reverse mortgage program. Okay, thank you so much.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Mr. Chair, first allow me to extend condolences to my classmate, Ms. Kimmy Bryce, on the passing of her mom. I believe it was over the weekend or late last week. I wish you Godspeed, and thank you for continuing to serve the people of the Virgin Islands during this time. I'll be remiss if I didn't also offer condolences on the passing of one of my classmates, Natasha Sonny, in Atlanta over the weekend, who passed away in an unfortunate accident. And I bring her up because I remember a conversation with her, hesitant on returning to the Virgin Islands because of how hard it is to actually get a loan here to purchase a home. And we had a discussion as to how easy the process was or is on the U.S. mainland. Again, condolences to that family and to my classmates as well. Let me thank each of you for your testimony here today. But I must say that this bureaucracy and this process is just running Virgin Islanders out of the territory. We must do better for the people of this territory. I'm not sure if it's that we don't have enough houses right now to move this forward so that we could have the competition, but we have to do something. We got to turn this completely around. The USDA, through its Rural Development Assistance Program, offers and provides and promotes up to 100%. So I'm not understanding as I sit here, I'm still trying to grapple as to why we're still having the discussions of only 80%, 80%. So it brings me to ask the banks, and particularly Banco Popular first, how many construction loans have been made in the last 2 to 3 years using the Rural Development Loan Program, which is 100% funded?
Warren Roebuck, Banco Popular. Good afternoon, Senator. Unfortunately, we only average maybe 2 to 3 loans annually through rural development, but it's not entirely because the bank isn't willing to utilize the program. The bank is very much open to this program, but understand that rural development does have some criteria criteria is not just for the borrower, but also for the contractor. They do require that the contractor meet certain eligibility requirements, including their licensing verification, insurance validation,
So, Ms.
credit
Roebuck,
examination. So they actually pull a credit report on the contractor.
Ms. Roebuck, I'm sorry to cut you short there. I don't want the time to go. I just wanted to know, in the last 2 to 3 years, how many construction loans have been made from your bank to Virgin Islanders?
Oh, overall construction loans, I will have to get that figure to you. I don't have that.
And specifically using the Rural Development Loan Program, which is 100%. So, okay, you'll get back to us. Anyone else representing the banks there can tell me in the last 2 to 3 years? First Bank is there. Who else? Bank of St.
Sure.
Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. In regards to rural development, as I indicated earlier in my testimony, we received our license in November 2019, and we had to put operating procedures in place that govern the program.
Okay, so your response is zero. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm
no,
sorry.
sir, my response is not zero. My response is we did grant one rural development loan in March 2021.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that's within the time that you receive your licensure. So understood.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good, thank you. We just received our approval in December of 2020. We will have the Rural Development Program loans available within a few weeks. So we have done none to date.
None to date. Okay. Oriental, former Scotia.
Atala Burchard Rogers, Oriental Bank. We do not currently offer USDA loans.
And this, okay. So and is this under the new ownership?
Correct.
Okay, but you did under Bank of Nova Scotia?
Correct.
Okay, good. I know you were there forever.
Yes.
The Housing Finance Authority, do you have any program that assists individuals who already own property?
The program we have currently, we have the Buy a Lot, Build a Home program, in which people purchase a lot through us and we do construction.
You've gone to my next question already. You've gone to my next question already. I want you to stick with me. Don't go ahead of me. I want to know if you have a program specifically that assists individuals who have already owned their property.
Only if it's through HFA currently.
Excuse me?
Only if it's through Housing Finance Authority currently. If they own home, but we do partner with USDA, and they do loans through them, and
Okay.
we provide finance in that way.
So the answer is no. Will an applicant qualify for your home loan if their name appears on another deed?
No.
So that disqualifies me if my parent was to have my name on a deed, is what you're telling me.
Correct. And that's by law. You're the only one that has the power to change that.
So let's work on that, okay? Let's have a conversation so that we can adjust the laws as written. Because we have to find ways to assist Virgin Islanders to remain here. As I sit here and I discuss this, I'm getting a little upset as well with regards to the government employees retirement system. The chair and I pushed legislation to ensure that members are able to get their loans. A lot of people dependent on this to make down payments, etc., for when school getting ready to open and they want to get school clothes and whatnot for their children. This was a great assistance for them. Long story short, the law is that they're to give the members loans and they're not fulfilling it. Again, another hurdle. The banks, in order of priority, what are 5 factors? And let me start with Banco Popular again. What are 5 factors that will cause your bank to deny a mortgage loan application?
Orn Roba, Banco Popular. First of all, I want to clarify my mortgage team is yelling at me right now. We actually have 33 USDA applications in process. So they're very upset with me right now.
Okay, tell them don't
to
be upset
clarify
with
that.
you. That's what the team is there to keep you on your feet.
Exactly right.
However, those 33 applications that you're talking about, is that for the 100% assistance?
I don't know.
Okay, you could get back to
They'll
me
get
on
back to me. They'll get back to me and I'll clarify it.
Okay, you could get back to me on
In
that.
terms of your question, though, very quickly, the number one reason is issues with debt to income ratio. That would be our
Debt
number
to
one.
income. Debt
And
to
then
income. The
loan
next
to
one.
value.
Debt to income. Next.
Debt to income. Loan to value.
Loan to value.
FICO scores.
Say that again.
The FICO score, your credit scores.
Credit score.
Title, proper title on the property.
Title.
And well, market pricing is a big obstacle, and that leads into the loan to value discussion.
Thank you. So First Bank and the other banks, just tell me if that's basically along the same lines as your response.
Dana Perry Malone at First Bank. Yes, the only thing I would add would be encroachment-related issues. That's determined by a survey. That could prevent a client from closing their credit facility.
I didn't get that. What related issues?
Encroachment.
Encroachment. Okay. Thank you. Next.
Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. I agree with those items, and just jumping off of what Dina said on encroachments, overall title issues, which makes the collateral unacceptable.
Thank you. And Ms. Bertram Rogers?
Rogers.
Hi, good afternoon. I agree with all of those issues. Insufficient or inadequate collateral is also a major factor.
Thank you. And I know time was called, but I just wanted to get those 5 factors because, see, in this, unless it's coupled within, non-stated school loan would be a cause of an applicant to be denied as a first-time mortgage applicant. However, because the question was asked earlier with regards to student loans, but at some point I'm hoping to hear specifically why the student loan is such a factor, especially knowing that there could be deferment of payments on student loans, etc. Again, we have to find ways to assist people here in the territory in becoming home owners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Point of inquiry, Senator Sarro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is to the banks. For homes that are in a rural area, WAPA has this, I don't know, excuse my ignorance on the question, but WAPA would make you pay for the poles. If you need 10 poles to get to the house or the land, WAPA makes you pay for that. Is that a part, of course that would increase the cost, but is that a part of the infrastructure or construction loan, or would that be considered separate? I guess you could go to Ms. Roebuck and then to Ms. Ms. Roba Cavalli answers today.
I think that would be determined on a case-by-case basis. It definitely, the total cost and occupancy is what we look at, the completion of the project. So whatever cost it takes to get to that completed project, we do have to consider. We wouldn't want to finance a structure that cannot have electrical requirements, and we do require that you submit your permits. So in the permits, it will be included in the electrical costs for the infrastructure.
Ms. Malone?
Good afternoon. Yes,
Thank you,
that
Ms.
is
Roba.
correct. Once the construction has been completed, the applicant is required to get a certificate of occupancy. So that will be factored into that equation as well, because the property has to be inhabitable and they need electricity as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Hello, good afternoon. Atala Bertrand Rogers. We do not currently offer construction loans, but it would, as the others have said, be evaluated as a part of the cost.
Ms. Williams?
Good afternoon. I've not encountered that myself in any of the construction loans we did, but I believe that because that's an important component of the overall value of the property, that it would be considered as part of the cost of construction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I missed a bank, please feel free to respond. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, just for the public, can you give an explanation, Ms. Roebuck, I'll come to you. Can you give an explanation as to what is debt to income so that everybody can understand clearly what it is, debt to income?
The debt to income, or in Roebuck Banco Popular, the debt to income ratio is your amount of outstanding debt against or versus your gross income before deductions. And that is a percentage that we use to evaluate your ability to pay. Popular is a cash lender, so we look at your ability to pay based on your cash availability.
Okay, so you divide your bills by your income and you get that percentage, and it has to fall within what, 60%? 43% debt?
For conforming loans,
Mm-hmm.
for conforming loans, those that are sellable, it's 45%, and for non-conforming, it would be 49%.
Okay, so your debt can't be no more than 45 or 49% of your overall income. Correct. And those numbers are relatively the same for all the
We
banks.
consider all income, rental income, child
Okay.
support, all income, your total income.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bertrand, I'll switch around so we don't go to one person. Loan to value. Can you explain loan to value?
Okay, loan to value, it's basically the value of the property, the value of the loan. So you take the value of the loan, divide it into the value of the property, and we lend no more than 80%.
Okay.
So for example, if the property is valued at $100,000, we would lend you $80,000.
Okay, thank you so much. And title is self-explanatory, but I just wanted to put it out there. This is why it's so important when it comes to deeds that we put everything in order, because we have so many properties where the person has passed away. And estate planning, as my colleague is saying, we need to really engage in the estate planning, because we have too many homes where individuals are not able to actually apply for a construction loan or apply for any type of renovation loan because the deed is not in their name. And I'm really encouraging everybody to make sure that you do that estate planning and that you prepare the requisite deeds so that there's not a problem moving forward. Oriental Bank, you did say that you plan to offer construction loan within the first couple of weeks, right? Within the next couple of weeks?
No, I did not mention that.
Okay, what is Oriental Bank issuing, offering construction loans to people at the Virgin Islands while they're doing business to the people at the Virgin Islands? And this isn't for you, this is for the management. I'm putting a plea out there to Oriental Bank, you're just a representative. We need you to offer construction loan. You're doing business in the Virgin Islands. It's only fair that you allow Virgin Islanders to be able to construct homes and be able to repay those loans. We're not asking for it for free. So with you being in the territory, Oriental, we expect you to move in that direction. First Bank, you're getting ready to offer construction loans, you said?
We actually do offer residential construction loans on a case-by-case basis.
What I mean?
To our existing clients.
Okay, what does case-by-case basis mean?
For instance, if they have a land loan and they're ready to construct, we will offer them that alternative.
If they had a land loan with First Bank?
That is correct, sir.
So if somebody is the owner of land outright, they can't apply for a construction loan?
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay, when are we going to have that?
We're exploring that option currently.
Okay, again, I'm appealing to the owners of First Bank. You know, the only bank that seems to offer everything thus far is really Banco Popular. But we're pleading, the First Bank took over Chase. Chase used to offer construction loans because I built my home under Chase Bank. We can't have multiple entities in the territory that are custodian of government funds and they're not offering the products to the people of the Virgin Islands. It just can't work. So this is not for the reps in front of us, because the reps are not in charge of those particular banks, but this is for the banks overall that you need to offer construction loans to the Virgin Islands. Does First Bank offer construction loan in Puerto Rico?
No, they do not, Senator.
Does Oriental Bank offer construction loans in Puerto Rico?
No, they do not.
Okay. Senator Fred Gregory, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And I must agree that particularly First Bank and Banco Popular here in the territory, they are the holders of government accounts, and that basically is the people's money. And First Bank must consider offering construction loans. Property here is not cheap. And if you have property, you should be able to utilize that property as collateral for a construction loan. So I too am pleading with First Bank to give that consideration to individuals here in the Virgin Islands. They must have some rationale behind it. I mean, I don't wish to get into the rationale today, but there must be some rationale as to why they do not offer construction loans unless you have a land loan with them. But let me ask, I want to go back to the 80-20, the loan to value. I think one of the testifiers noted that the banks here are federally regulated, which we are aware of, but let me ask, is the 80-20 requirement a federal requirement? Who was the one that gave us that information? I think Ms.
Good afternoon,
Perry,
Senator
yes.
Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Christiana Williams. There's a statutory limit of 85%. So the standard conventional offering is 80% just under that statutory requirement. As I mentioned, the way that banks, in addition to the government guaranteed programs that allow us through that guarantee to lend at a higher percentage, lenders also have the option of getting what they call private mortgage insurance. And that insurance which is paid by the borrower, makes up the gap often between what we are lending and allows us to go to a higher percentage. What I noted is for our bank, we currently have been unable to secure a lender that will allow us to offer private mortgage insurance in the Virgin Islands. We have sought it and had discussions with our current underwriter on those conventional 15, 20, 30-year fixed rate programs, and we have not been able to get them to agree to offer it in the Virgin Islands.
Okay. What about Banco Popular?
Good afternoon, Senator Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular. If for the conforming loans, it would be a requirement as we have to underwrite according to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac guidelines. For non-conforming loans, we can have some degree of flexibility. However, there are requirements under fair lending that you have to be able to document all of your exceptions and to say why you would give that exception. And so, as I mentioned earlier, one of the exceptions we consider if the borrower completes the first-time home ownership classes at VA Housing Finance, we can then consider 95% loan-to-value financing. So we have to be able to apply any exceptions on a consistent basis and be able to document it. I want to also add that because the banks in the Virgin Islands have been so mindful of not disrupting the market and consistent in our fair lending, none of the banks before you have suffered significant or losses during the subprime market crisis. We have been stable, we've been fair to our borrowers, and when you compare us to the US market, please be mindful of that. We are not doing subprime market lending here.
Thank you for your responses. I want to hear from the other bank. I would like to hear from First Bank as well.
Good afternoon, Senator. In regards to the Fannie Mae conforming credit facilities, we offer up to 80% financing. If a client does not meet that requirement, we can transition them to a non-conforming portfolio-owned loan, where we offer up to 85% financing on purchase transactions. Currently, we do not have a company that has provided mortgage insurance in the territory. So First Bank has been unable to secure that, similar to Bank of St. Croix. But we have been having conversations to try to find a mortgage insurance
Mr. Chair,
to be able to provide
yes, Senator.
that in those instances where the LTV is greater than 80%.
Okay, hold up 1 minute. Senator Gregory, are you hearing the response?
I'm hearing the response. The responses are basically the same. So what I'm trying to establish here for this discussion is primarily the issue with the hard 80-20 in most instances is the fact that we are unable to, we do not have an entity that provides insurance. Is that's what I'm hearing? That's willing to provide that insurance as it relates to the gap.
That is correct as it pertains to non-conforming facilities, yes.
Non-conforming, okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. So we don't have an entity that's willing to provide insurance in the Virgin Islands. I'm a little concerned about that because based on the responses, and of course that's not within your control as far as the banks are concerned, because we traditionally do not, for the most part, we do not foreclose on our homes here in the Virgin Islands in large numbers. So that's something that we need to explore from a government perspective. Let me go to, so let me also ask, based on this discussion that we're having, outside of the loans with the federal assistance, traditionally, what is the number of mortgages issued to middle-income individuals in the territory outside of the federal assistance? And I'm going to start with the Community Bank of St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator. I do not have those numbers, but I can get them for you.
Okay, Banco, Ms. Roebuck?
I also do not have those numbers readily available, but I can provide them.
Okay, so percentage-wise, you guys don't have any percentages either? No? First Bank?
Yes, in terms of the middle income in 2020, 20% of the loans that were granted fell in that census tract distribution.
With no support of federal assistance?
That is correct, Senator.
All right. Around, did you say 40%?
I said 20%.
20. That number is very small. Mr. Chair, I know that my time has been called, but I do have two other follow-up questions for Housing Finance Authority as well as USDA-RD.
Go ahead and next one of them. We're gonna have a next round, but go ahead and next one of the questions now.
Okay, so let me just go with USDA. So I know specifically in your testimony, you reference, and this is from Ms. Bryce, there is on page 6, the note speaks to the adjusted income of individuals qualifying for loans. How do we come up with this number for the Virgin Islands? And the reason why I asked the question, these numbers, you have 1 to 4 persons on St. Croix is 46,000, St. Thomas, 53,700, St. John, 72,000, and the number goes on and on depending on, and 5 to 8 persons, 61,250, and on and on. And as I look at it, I'm seeing that, you know, if a person is a husband and wife, they would never qualify for USDA rural development loans. So, you know, how are we coming up with these adjusted income numbers? I'm just trying to establish the fairness of these adjusted, these numbers for individuals here in the Virgin Islands compared to other states.
Good day, Ms. Bryce with USDA. The information that is captured for calculating the income is taken from census, whatever census, the last census that was taken. That's what we anticipate, that with the new census data, there should be an increase. There is a certain threshold based on the area, median area limit that HUD provides. I think they go up to 80%, maybe 60%, I'm sorry, of the median household income to categorize the household that's captured there. Now, this program, again, is not a traditional mortgage program. You know, it's created to assist the very low and low income households in the territory who are typically unable to go conventional routes. So you really wouldn't find a higher income category for this particular program. Okay, we deal with very low and low income clients, and that is what was captured based on the census data.
Thank you for the responses. I just find it to be double standard. Mr. Chair, can you allow me to wrap up, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just find it to be double standard for just for the Virgin Islands, because we know what our costs of living ratios here are, and you know, this just seems like we're saying that your income to loan ratio or your income to expense ratio needs to be a certain amount, but then you're having these low numbers as individual who should qualify. So people are not going to qualify for these loans because it just doesn't meet the expectations here in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Yeah. As far as the lower, if I can answer it, as far as the lower income qualifying, they would qualify. We do have lower interest rates. We have, as I had mentioned, I'm not sure if you were in at the time, we do have subsidized payments where the payments are reduced to as low as a 1% payment. So we're very different from a traditional lender, and that we offer, other things that can assist the clients in qualifying with the lower income.
Okay, Ms. Bryce, I think the big question that everyone literally have is, how do we increase the number of loans under rural development? Because we're hearing low numbers. When you gave the response before, you said, 6 this year, and it was 2 like the year before, 2 the year before. How do we get those numbers?
That was for the guaranteed loan program. In our office locally, we do not process the guaranteed loan program. That's processed through a national team. What we do locally in-house is our direct or low-income program. So the numbers that I provided were for the loan guarantee program through the banks.
Okay, so the direct loan program, which is the 46,400 income for St. Croix, 53,700 for St. Thomas, 72,650 for St. John. How many homes qualified under that program? How many mortgages did we have under that program?
Okay, I know so far for 2021, we've done 12, which equates about almost 2.2 million. In 2020, we did 3.3. I think that was somewhere around 15. And in 2019, we did 1.8, which was about 11 for that particular program.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, as with many of the lenders, we do have our own challenges as far as, lack of available contractors, lack of available products.
Do you have a list of certified contractors that would qualify under that program?
No, we've removed that requirement. We no longer maintain that list. We leave that to the homeowner to do their research on securing the contractor. We would just require that they provide evidence that they are licensed for us to move forward. And we do somewhat of an introductory meeting and go over the program's requirements.
Okay, but I think that's one of the concerns that I heard Ms. Roebuck speak to. Contractors that might not be licensed or contractors that might not have the requisite insurance. So how are we able to communicate to contractors that might be able to build homes under a particular program? What mechanism are we using so that contractors could have the information that if they get X, Y, and Z together, that they would qualify as a builder under this particular program?
That maybe is something that we will need to look into. Now, again, we do not necessarily approve the contractors once they have the license. We were a bit strict before. We had certain requirements they had to send in, such as checking the credit and things along that line, and we relaxed that greatly. So now, as long as they have the license and we research online to our federal websites to make sure they have no outstanding federal debts owed to anyone, it's usually smooth clearing. But the problem is many of the contractors in the territory period do not have the general or a construction contractor's license. They tend to have smaller, skill licenses, such as maybe masonry only, or they might have masonry tapped on to electrical or plumbing, but nothing on a comprehensive one general contractor's license. So that's something that, and I think it has to do a lot with the insurance that's required. Yes, I've heard that the complaints of the cost of the insurance that's required to maintain such a license.
Okay, thank you so much. Testifiers, we're going to take we'll take a 5-minute break first, a little restroom recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back on the record. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before we go to Senator Potter, a point of inquiry by Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back to the Executive Director for Housing Finance Authority, Director Griffith, in regards to the criteria and requirements. Well, I guess I could understand why there's a difference between a district in terms of the amount that qualifies you, but is there any way that we could actually create parities between the districts? Obviously, we have a situation now where construction costs in one district is almost to the level of the other districts. Is there any way we could create parity between the district in terms of the criteria requirements?
You would have to look at the VI code. 29 VI code section 940 says 80% of area median income as calculated by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. So that's where you get the different values. And then it further goes on to say 300% of AMI. So it's based on HUD's area median income. So you would have to look at the VI code and decide if you wanted to use another standard or if you wanted to calculate it differently.
Roger that. So do you have a suggestion in creating that parity? Do you believe that the number should be equalized throughout or not?
That's not our biggest issue. Our biggest issue is not people who are making up to 200,000 not coming through the doors of HFA. It's the big issue is being able to help subsidize them in terms of down payment assistance, and in terms of basically being able to help the middle class. Like I said, all of the new funding that we have, it's for low to very low income individuals that come through HUD. So for us to be able to assist as the VIHFA, we're gonna need funding to be able to serve the middle class. And from what I'm hearing from the banks, I think they need help in getting PMI in the territory, private mortgage insurance, because I knew when I bought my first home in Florida, that's what I used. I put little to nothing down, but PMI was what was used to get me into my first home. And then I sold that home when I moved home, and I was able to put 20% down. So if the legislature can do anything to help the banks to get PMI, I think that's going to go a long way, and funding the VIHFA, of course.
Very well. Thank you. I'll have a discussion with you offline in regards to this, because that's exactly what we're trying to do, is to level up the middle income to make sure that they too don't continue to fall through the cracks in this particular issue. Thank you very much for your response.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I asked a question earlier to Housing Finance Authority regarding the assistance program to individuals whose name may appear on another deed that may have been gifted by a parent. And of course, one of the suggestions is that the legislature can assist in changing the law. I wanted to ask, my point of inquiry is that I see that Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code speaks to the authorization of the program and the appointment of a project manager. So my question is whether or not there is a 7-member affordable housing advisory committee in place that is active, and whether or not there is a project manager that was also designated, and if so, who?
That code was later amended further down. It moved that advisory committee, so that's no longer there. So no, we do not have an advisory committee.
So what takes place of the is that the same for the project manager?
Well, we have project managers. We have a planning and construction director of planning and construction. We have our COO, and we have construction managers that oversee all of our housing communities as they go up.
So did anything replace the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee? And the reason I'm asking this is because once I look towards the amending this part of the code or any other section that would assist Virgin Islanders in becoming homeowners, I'm saying if there was an advisory committee in place, what replaced it, and who should I be working with to make such amendments?
It was replaced by the board of directors for VIHFA. So we now have a board of directors that assist in that. And I would say be careful in amending the law that allows someone to become a first-time home buyer that already is on someone else's deed, because it opens the door for people who have more than one home to now come in and take advantage of the program that's designed for first-time home buyers. So be very careful in doing that, and we'll have to sit down and really flush that through to make sure that people don't take advantage of it.
And I wouldn't do that without consultation. That's why I'm asking who is in that place right now so that I can speak with the right individuals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our board of directors.
Okay, thank you so much. So you guys can have some further conversation. Senator Blyden, quickly before Senator Potter and Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This for Ms. Bryce, USDA, because I had an inquiry from one of my constituents in terms of why is there no USVI state office for the USDA, because folks are unable to move forward with applying via the USDA website when searching for availability when it comes to lenders for them, and especially for the active single family housing guarantee loan program. Ms. Bryce, can you speak to that quickly, please? And do our banks not qualify for USDA standards?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat. It wasn't quite clear to me, the question.
Okay, the question is, folks are unable to move forward with applying via the USDA website when searching for available lenders for the active single-family housing guaranteed loan program. So they were asking, why is there not a state office for the USDA here in the territory? You have to go through Florida, I believe?
No, I think you're coming when maybe both programs. You do not apply online for the guarantee loan program. That is done directly with the lender of choice. Okay. And our state office really has no bearing on what an applicant is able to proceed with. You know, they would come directly to the local office, which is our area office. State office really is just where we fall under as far as, you know, the location. We've been under the Florida State Office since '97, and it's not really problematic whatsoever. But the online application, I'm sorry, the online application, there is none for the loan program through the banks, unless the banks themselves has that available. For the direct low income program, which we handle out of our office, we can provide an application to the applicant. That right now has no online portal, and that's nationwide. That's not just for the VI, that's nationwide.
Thank you for your response.
We can provide that. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. You recognize?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the foresight in putting this conversation together with the local banks. I think it's a very important one. We are all very concerned with the lack of housing opportunities in the territory, particularly when it comes to middle-income residents, getting opportunities for housing for middle-income residents. The firefighter and teacher couple, the accountant and police officer couple, it is really a very serious hardship here in the Virgin Islands. My first question is to HFA. Does the HFA offer second mortgages to help bank clients come up with the 20% down payments that local banks require of the applicant? Is that something that happens?
Yes, that's our bread and butter business. Yes, sir.
Okay, and we actively take advantage of those opportunities?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And to the banks, I'm not very aware of all of the various alternative lending programs in the territory, such as rural development, et cetera. And I wanted to know whether or not that is advertised. How do people find out about those programs and initiatives? Is that something that the banks steer customers towards?
For the USDA loan guarantee, we definitely would see that the banks are providing some sort of marketing of these programs as well. However, as I indicated earlier, we do have a very high paced office where we receive a lot of inquiries via phone. Right now, we're not doing walk-ins, but in the territory, I find that we have a great deal of mouth-to-mouth activity that's done, and we've had a lot of inquiries being made by just the community speaking to each other. We take every avenue available to provide information to groups as they request our presence, whether it's as AFT or Board of Realtors, try to get the information out as much as we can. We don't unfortunately have a great budget for marketing, so we take all the free, as free opportunities as we can to get that information out there. But yes, we would expect that the lenders who participate would also do their due diligence in providing information or letting the clients know that that program is available.
Okay, thank you for that. And I apologize if this question was asked before, was asked and answered. But to Ms. Roebuck and the other bankers, do you offer mortgages to purchase hurricane damaged homes for acquisition and rehab?
Good afternoon, Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. No, we do not.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
okay,
Senator Warren, Banco Popular. We can offer a loan if the individual has a construction loan, if the individual, or purchase, if the individual has funding available to do the rehabilitation. However, we are seeing an increased need in the market for individuals to purchase and rehab, and we are in the process of testing a hybrid product. We actually have one applicant that we're testing a new product that would give that option for a construction and a purchase conventional loan in one product. So it is a need, and it is a need we're seeking to address.
Excellent. FBI?
Good afternoon. No, currently we do not have a product offering for those types of transactions, but it's something we will explore.
Okay, Bank of St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Potter, Christiana Williams. We do and we'll look at those purchases on a case-by-case basis, and we would look at it as a purchase construction.
Okay. I mean, I think that, do you view, and I'm wondering if the banks view themselves as community banks? I mean, I see community banks as entities that focus on and is responsive to the needs, the specific needs, and often the unique needs of the community that they serve. And I think that something like this is a big thing. And I'm pleased that at least you consider looking into that. From your experience as bankers in the territory, what is the single greatest impediment to providing loans to small businesses or potential homeowners? What is the single greatest obstacle?
Warren Roebuck, Banco Popular. For home ownership, I would say the largest challenge we have is the market pricing. And for small business, the largest obstacle we have is documentation, meaning small businesses have not been very good at maintaining their financial documentation, financial statements, cash flow, business plan, and that has been the largest hindrance that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Roebuck. Bank of St. Croix.
Good afternoon. I would say that definitely the ability to save enough funds for down payments, as one of the things we've discussed is our challenges in steering individuals towards certain products based on their personal income situation. And so for those, as you talked about, moderate income borrowers who may be able to afford something from an income standpoint and may not qualify for a lot of the low income programs, having that down payment is a significant factor in their inability to qualify. And on the small business, I echo what Ms. Roebuck said. Definitively, many small businesses struggle with proper accounting, proper financial statements that they need in order to demonstrate repayment ability, demonstrate their revenue stream. And so that's a challenge.
Thank you very much for that. My final question is, considering where we are with respect to the cost of homes in the territory, is it time for us to revisit or take a second look at what constitutes a viable home? I know that, I think that you have persons who may not necessarily be interested in a 3,000 square foot home or 4,000 square foot home. And I know there's a trend in the States to have these smaller, tinier homes. Maybe our zoning laws may, require some adjustments, but is it something that we may need to take a look at? I'm asking Mr. Griffin from the Housing Finance Authority, just his thoughts. Is it time for us to have that conversation, perhaps with DP&R, regarding downsizing or right-sizing what's considered viable housing in the Virgin Islands as a means of cutting costs?
We have looked at that. For example, to give you an example of what has happened to pricing recently in the territory, a 1,200 square foot home in our Mount Pleasant 2 years ago, when we put it out to bid, came back a little bit over $200,000. And recently, meaning last month, when the bid came back, it was over $100,000 more. So our 1,200 square foot home, the lowest responsive bidder was over $300,000 for a 1,200 square foot home. So we had to throw that bid out, and we're sending it back out to bid. So these are not huge homes by any stretch of the imagination right now that we're sending out to bid, and we're getting these prices. So we are looking at all. We can go small and look at alternatives, and we can look at alternative building methods. But the catch-22 that the Virgin Islands is in is that when we look at alternative building methods, the insurance costs go up, and then what gets reduced and the price of construction, they pay for on the price of insurance, because insurance companies are accustomed of brick and mortar construction in the territory. So those are things that we have to factor, and it's going to take a comprehensive look at. Before the storm, we were actually exploring building the houses ourselves, just so that we could reduce the profit that's attached on top of it, so that we could get more affordable housing in the territory. So we're looking at any and every means of increasing the affordable housing. And tiny homes, we've looked at that more for the homeless population, and that's something that we're looking at for them, using whether it's container homes or going back to wood construction to see if we can help our homeless population in that manner, and partnering with our nonprofits to provide the service, and all we do is provide the housing. But yes to it all, in a long answer.
Much, Mr. Griffin. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much for that answer. I think the next phase we need to look at is also the cost of construction materials in the Virgin Islands, the cost of concrete, et cetera, to make a determination as to whether or not we're actually being charged a fair price, and it's not some price gouging that is going on. As a matter of fact, I am just remembering that there was a case with the concrete companies and price gouging. So all of those factors we need to look at, because it's stopping construction in the Virgin Islands. Senator Frankie Johnson have joined us. You'll now be recognized. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers and viewers. My question will go to Ms. Bryce. I would like to find out, how can rural development ensure that when a contractor is paid the contract, that the money is used on the project he was paid for? My constituent is saying that the contractor stated that since rural development pays faster than Housing Finance Authority, he used the money on another project. And when he received the money from Housing Finance Authority, he will replace it. What can you do to avoid that? And is it legal for him to do something like that?
I don't think that statement was quite accurate, because we don't pay any money up front whatsoever. For example, when construction commences, they actually have to complete the cistern prior to getting a payment, so they're actually being reimbursed.
Well, let's back up a bit, because the contract was signed for this individual in June of 2018. Construction began in August of 2018 and should have been completed by August of 2019. The project was stopped in October of 2018. Remember, I tell you when it started, in August. Right. It would stop in October of 2018 and didn't start again till July 2019. However, the contractor license expired October 2018. So it took 7 months before anything could happen, but now this Boston project is still on stalemate. So I'm not talking about somebody that ain't got a contract and everything have been signed. This is already in the works.
I would have to review that case. I am not necessarily familiar with the specifics on that to be able to answer that question, but we would not be able to necessarily control that a contractor is able to put that particular check that he's receiving a reimbursement for back into that particular project. But yes, they're not going to get paid ahead of any stage to where they're going to use that funds for another project. They get reimbursed for stages complete. So I am not able to answer on the specific of that particular case that you're referring to. I'd have to see the details on that to know exactly what
I'll definitely reach out to you with that. Now, if a contractor is not performing to expectation timely, what is rural development next step?
Well, we definitely, schedule meetings, whether it's site meetings or, right now not in-house, but we definitely schedule meetings to discuss this situation and to try to understand what's happening. And of course, we leave it open to the client for themselves. They hired the contractor. We did not hire the contractor, okay? They are the ones hiring. They're the ones that is in the contract with that contractor, so they do have the right to also terminate and move on to another contractor.
So the individual himself can terminate the contractor and hire a next one?
Of course. Yeah, we don't have any contractors working for rural development whatsoever. We just provide the mortgage financing. The homeowner themselves go out and search for the contractors, and then they enter into a contract. So they themselves hire that particular contractor.
Because this individual, and I said I'll reach out to you, it's going on 4 years since this project is going on. And that's a little long for a home to be built in the territory. So I'll reach out to you, and I'll probably try and share more information with my constituents and you, so we could try to get to the bottom of it and see what's need to be done. Thank you very much. My question now to the banks. Welcome. In the territory, it's about 20% homeowner, landowner will have to have in order to build a home. However, in the mainland, it's 10%. I know an individual that pretty much work in one of the banks, that work with your branch, couldn't afford and couldn't get a house started or built, had their property, but they moved to the mainland in less than a year or two. There was afforded the opportunity to get a home, and until we could find ways to make it more affordable here for our people, we're going to continue having people not being affordable to have a home. So why is it 20% in the territory versus, I think, 10% on the mainland? Each of the banks could answer for their branch.
You want them to start, call the bank you want them to start with, Banco Popular?
Let's start with Banco Popular, then we go to First Bank, and then we can go to Oriental Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. Warren Roebuck with Banco Popular. I think we have addressed this in several ways. First of all, the 80% is not a hard stop number. There are programs that can give greater loan-to-value financing. And secondly, there is an issue of having the private mortgage insurance available to back that gap in financing. So that is one of the areas that Senator Viale has zoned in on and said he will move forward with trying to address further.
First Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. In regards to First Bank, again, we offer 2 government guaranteed programs, VA and Rural Development, which provides 100% financing on purchase transactions. In regards to our non-conforming portfolio owned loans, we offer up to 85% financing. We can go up to 90% on an exception basis, provided the client has compensating factors. In regards to the conforming product, that is the loans that are sold in the secondary market to Fannie Mae. They have certain underwriting requirements, which are established by that entity. They can go up to 80% financing. So there are a number of products available to the clients in the community based on their need. Thank you, sir.
And Oriental.
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson, Atala Bertrand Rogers. I echo the same things that my colleagues have mentioned before. Oriental offers 80% financing. We do not offer private mortgage insurance. We are bound by Fannie Mae's guidelines.
Thank you very much. Now, this, again, question to all the banks, and I've been to the First Bank right here in Golden Rock, and you have folks outside under a tent. And I think Oriental Bank is the only bank that I see where seniors have an opportunity to get in a line and not have to stay and stand up and wait as long. So my question probably will be to the next 2 banks. Why are we not finding ways to assist our seniors who probably got the most money in your bank, but they got to wait underneath a tent, or they got to wait in a long, long line?
Good afternoon, Senator. Again, this is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. As a result of COVID, we have implemented a number of precautionary protocols to protect our clients and employees. One of those protocols pertain to the implementation of the 6 feet social distancing rule on the teller line as well as on the client line. We have capacity limitations in all of the branches based on that protocol. Additionally, in regards to the tents that are outside of our Orange Grove branches, there are seats readily available to our clients. In terms of the elderly, the manager, what they do is they do lobby management as well as management outside, and all senior citizens are actually escorted into the lobby to be serviced immediately. Thank you, Senator.
Good afternoon, Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular. We do not have tents outside of our facility. We are letting clients in on a consistent basis. In our Orange Grove facility, we did consult with the Department of Health about erecting a tent, and we were advised not to because the space, the sidewalk area is so limited, it will result in congregating. So we have opened additional drive-throughs in our Sunny Isles space. We have our drive-through open at Sunshine and Orange Grove. And we have also taken the step to contact some of our seniors and give guidance on how best to facilitate their transactions during this COVID period. But my staff is also attentive, and our guards, if we do see seniors outside, particularly anyone with mobility exceptions, they would be escorted in and seated, and our staff would assist them with the transaction.
Well, of the 3 banks, your bank, and I've been to Orange Grove many times, sometimes you're out in the hot sun in the line and you're in the rain when it rains. So of the 3 banks, your situation is pretty much the worst for customers in Orange Grove when folks come there in Sunny Hills at least you're underneath the balcony of Sunny Hills. But in Orange Grove, I've been there many times, and you're out in the sun. 1 o'clock, you're out in the blazing sun. So I don't know, and I haven't seen it happen where a senior get plucked out the line and get that privilege to come in, because I've seen them stand there with me and behind of me. So I think that's something you might need to really look at. Our seniors are precious to us, and we need to look out for them. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Our colleagues, we're going to go to a quick closing round. Let's go a 3-minute round. Senator Blyden.
3 minutes? Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is clear, based on the testimony and the responses, that when it comes to middle-income Virgin Islanders, you know, they have a lot of roadblocks in a way, and it's kind of difficult for them to have access to home ownership opportunities. But in regards to that, let me speak quickly about foreclosures. I know years ago when it came to foreclosures, you can call the banks and basically get a listing or whatever, but as of late, say within the last year or so, moving forward, there is no listing, and I was told that those homes go through different realty companies, and it really don't give individuals an opportunity to, you know, get access to those foreclosed homes, and that's a problem moving forward. Also, in regards to building homes in the territory, and Director Griffith, you alluded to it, and I think that's one of the major issues we have also when it comes to contractors and building homes in the territory and affordability. And I know I've sat with you and met with you in several occasions and brought individuals to the table who actually had different ideas in terms of actually building a home and then selling it to the authority, and or bringing in products that's going to assist in bringing down the cost of the home, building a home, and also to include water line extension projects. We spoke about that also moving forward. I know you gave them the funding through the mitigation funds, which is much appreciated. Let me actually, in terms of thinking outside of the box, and how can we assist in terms of bringing down the cost of building those homes. I know with the other program that you did have, I'm not going to mention it at this time, you know, we met with your COO in terms of expediting the process, whereas you not only have GCs, because as you know, there are not much individual GCs in the territory, and there's a lot of homes to rebuild, but bringing folks online in terms of like an assembly project where you have the electrician, the mason, the carpenter, the plumber, etc. What can be done in that regard in terms of trying to bring down the costs at the same time to include assisting from the bank side? But I'm not talking about the bank side, I'm talking about the construction side. What ideas do you think can work, or what can we do as a body to assist in that regard, from your perspective?
From our perspective, in terms of what you just mentioned, someone still would have to carry the general contractor license, and we've looked at HFA being the GC, and we have the subs underneath us and do construction that way. But someone has to have a general GC license for that to happen. But it's something that we put to the side for right now, just because of the number of responsibilities that have been thrust upon us, that we've had to put that to the side for right now until we get a handle on the increased responsibilities that has been thrust upon HFA, and you know very well all of them, from CDBG MIT to DR to emergency rental assistance, and now the mortgage assistance that's forthcoming.
Thank you for that, and we need to just basically have a further discussion, and I look forward to having a discussion. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank all of you for your responses. But we have work to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Sarro.
Thank you. And today's discussion has been quite interesting, and I only confirmed for my colleagues, because I bombard my colleagues on affordable housing. They could tell you. And I gave them stories, and like, no, that ain't possible. And I said, yes. I said, I went to one bank, and the bank, you have a piece of land, but they don't give a construction loan. And today, First Bank confirmed what I told my colleagues, and my colleagues are thinking I, just having a crazy discussion, but it's the truth. So You have land, no construction loan. Then one of 4 banks only really offer a realistic help for purchasing and renovating damaged homes. And then some banks don't even engage with the rural development, with USDA rural development. And it is, if we're to have an honest assessment of today, and this is not an attack on the banks, but it's a discussion and it shows where we are and where we need to be, that people keep saying, come home, but what do you come home to? Like, what is there? Where do you live? Do you go back in the very same bedroom that you grew up in because you can't afford to rent, because you don't meet the threshold to rent? And we build in like the Loving Lands and the Megan's Junction and the Anna's Hope, but you don't qualify for that. And then you go to rent a 1-bedroom by somebody's house, and it's between $1,500 and $2,000, which is your 2 biweekly checks combined. Factor in WAPA, factor in your student loan, factor in internet and cable and everything else, factor in a car note. We are going to create a structured lower class or poverty class in the Virgin Islands. And that's just the reality of the discussion today. And it's incumbent upon us and policymakers to try to bridge that gap and maybe subsidize, but in the same sense, the Virgin Islands functions like a communist territory. And in a communist territory with communism, the government owns everything. In the Virgin Islands, we fund almost every nonprofit. We want to fund building stadiums when that's really a private, public-private partnership. We want to fund this. The government is funding everything, and that is not the mark of capitalism or true democracy. And that's just coming from a poli-sci perspective with a formal education in government. So we have to find a way for competition to occur so Virgin Islanders like myself do not have to reside in their parents' home. Mixed income. So the one question I have, I went on a whole rant, I apologize, is that the MLS data, have the banks, are you looking at the data? When you look at MLS, the listing, homes are coming off that listing in no time. Does that correlate to any trend, any increase in inquiries or loan applications? Because homes are moving off the list very quick. Does it correlate with the bank by saying people are coming to the bank to purchase homes and locals are finding places to live? Or are we seeing people from the outside going through private companies purchasing homes, which makes it harder for locals, people who live here and eat and work, to find homes? Have we assessed that data? It was for all the banks. So I guess we'll start with Banco Popular and then go to First Bank and then to the Bank of St. Croix and then to Oriental.
I'm sorry, Senator, are you asking if we perform any type of market analysis?
Yes, I said data, but that's the right word. Yes, that would be the technical term, market. I said data because just, you know, in policy making, we talk about data. So yes, the market analysis between homes that are coming off the MLS list and the inquiries or loan applications in the bank. Have you noticed any correlation between locals trying to move in and purchase homes, or are the homes that are coming off the list from those construction companies or outside people that are purchasing these homes, flipping them, and making them Airbnb homes?
Thank you. Oren Roebuck, Banco Popular. From Banco Popular standpoint, we have seen an increase since the 2017 hurricanes in inquiries coming outside of the territory for purchase of property, land, and distressed homes. I think there is a significantly growing interest in those properties from outside of the local community.
Thank you, First Bank. Thank you, Ms. Roebuck.
Good afternoon, Senator Sorrell. In regards to First Bank, in 2020, 52% of all of the mortgage closings were under a purchase transaction scenario. So you do see that a lot of the properties are being sold. First Bank has tapped into that. And the majority of those purchase transactions were for under a primary residence scenario.
So they're investment properties?
There are investment properties, but the majority, 75% of it, was for primary transactions, for primary residences, rather.
So in layman's terms for the public to understand, that was for locals who intend to live and reside here?
It includes locals as well as people that have relocated here. And they occupy the residence as their primary residence. And they are residents of the Virgin Islands community, which is a requirement.
Just wanted you to speak in layman's terms and not, bank terms. Thank
Sure.
you.
You're welcome.
Banker St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator Sorrell. Christiana Williams. We have not done any formal analysis. I do agree that we have seen an increase in purchase transactions from individuals who are either relocating or are looking at purchasing second homes with an intent to retire here. Anecdotally, though, I have had recently a number of inquiries and conversations with locals who live in the mainland and are wanting to return home, are looking to find avenues to purchase properties here, thinking about future. One of the things that they've mentioned as impediments, because we work through them with the pre-qualification process just to see where they stand. One of the things they've mentioned is a lack of inventory, a lack of affordable properties that fall, within a range that is reasonable. And so there is not a lot of inventory in the market that's affordable, at least here on St. Croix. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers.
Good afternoon, Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We have seen an increase in inquiries as well. We do receive quite a number of inquiries from individuals that live off island that are interested in purchasing properties for investment purposes. Most of the deals that we do are locals. However, we have seen an increase in off-island individuals interested in purchasing, like I said, for investment purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. We really have to act now, or else we're going to lose our best and our brightest, and the future of the territory will remain at stake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Sorrell. I'll ask Ms. Roebuck, is the 20% cost the general cost throughout the nation? Is the lower cost subsidized? Or are banks in the mainland able to offer a lower percentage in reference to the match?
Are you talking about the
80-20, yeah, the loan program is 20% an average that is used across national banks, or is it 20% a bit higher?
I'm sorry, that is the standard for conforming guidelines based on Fannie and Freddie Mac guidelines.
Okay, so that is conforming across the nation based on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac?
Correct.
Okay, so the programs that we sometimes hear about in which the match is lower, those are programs that are subsidized?
It can be subsidized or it could be non-conforming. As we discussed, each entity would have the option to write a non-conforming loan and have whatever parameters in place to ensure that they are still adhering to fair lending guidelines.
Do any of the banks, the 4 banks that are here today, do they have any non-conforming loans that are less than 20%?
Yes, and I think we have discussed that. For us, we can go up to 95% financing if a borrower completes the VI Housing Finance Authority home ownership program.
Okay.
And then the others are guaranteed programs.
Okay, you spoke in reference, when the question was asked before with Puerto Rico, you said that some of the programs in Puerto Rico have a subsidy. Are you aware exactly how those subsidies work, that you could provide that information to us? How those subsidies work?
I can provide you information on programs from Banco Popular in Puerto Rico that are offered, that we are unable to offer here.
Okay, if you can provide that to my office.
Also note that Puerto Rico does have the PMI insurance.
Okay, does Banco Popular Virgin Islands have the PMI insurance?
No, we do not, sir.
Okay. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Mic check. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's quite evident from our discussion here today that our people locally continue to be disadvantaged by this situation that we're experiencing. And I really wanted to ask VP Roebuck, how have the off-island banks impacted our local market?
Well, I think the market has definitely benefited by having local banks. If you just look at your screen and you see these are faces of individuals that you see in the grocery store that you've gone to school with. Our children are here, our homes are here. We have a vested interest in this community. And that has definitely impacted how decisions are made. We are able to underwrite for our specific, unique market. In Puerto Rico, they do not build cisterns. We understand the cistern and the septic systems and why those have to be incorporated in our underwriting. So having locals in these positions of vice president and having lending authority in the island is a tremendous impact to our financial growth and our economic state.
And that's the reason why I asked that, because I think it's critical for us to say that. But and you talk about the banks being in the lending business. How would you imagine that? Well, let me ask you whether or not there have been any conversation from the banks with the banking and insurance over at the Lieutenant Governor's office, perhaps even the real estate agents, the Chamber of Commerce. What is the synergy and the discussion about how the local banks could be a lot more attractive to our locals to be able to, again, borrow from these local lending institutions?
Warren Roebuck with Banco Popular. We do try to engage. Well, we definitely have a good working relationship with the Division of Banking and Insurance, in particular Director Brady, who often consults with us and asks how she can support us to move forward in not just mortgage and home ownership, but in overall operations of our institution to remain sound and consistent. With the realtors, I do think there's space, at least from Banco Popular, for us to do more with the realtors. We do engage them, but there is always opportunity to do more in this arena.
And I believe that this is an excellent time based on what we're experiencing here. Obviously, we have a housing crisis, displacement. We truly have one of the lowest interest rates in quite some time, so I really would like to hear from each of the banks if you just talk about how as a government, we could assist in supporting the lending institution and be able to make it a lot more attractive and palatable for our local residents to be able to, again, get a part of the American dream and be able to seek home ownership. If I could just get each of you to talk about, moving forward, what can we do collectively to move the needle on this particular issue, I'll appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Warren Roebuck, Banco Popular. I think you opened that precisely. This discussion, it's great that it has happened, and I hope it will go further, and it will include the appraisers and the realtors to talk about and give insight into the drivers in our market pricing and how that impacts home ownership, the contractors and what are some of the issues that they may face, particularly with doing work under some of the programs that we discussed today through USDA and VA Housing Finance. And again, support for VA Housing Finance. Mr. Griffith is a wonderful partner with the bank. We can come together and cultivate and different ideas for financing projects, but he needs support. He needs that financial support. So an appeal on his behalf. The more he can do, the more we can do and benefit our community.
Thank you so much. First Bank.
Good afternoon, Senator. First Bank is a partner with the community and has a great relationship with the government as well as the Division of Banking and Insurance and Financial Regulation. Our employees they work for the business and they also live in the community. So they understand the heartbeat of the community as well as the needs of the community. So it's just important too, and I really appreciate that First Bank was invited to participate in this forum to have an engaging conversation. But it's important that, everyone understand that all of the banks have credit-related products that are targeting the low to moderate income segment in the community, whether it be on the residential mortgage side or whether it be on the consumer credit side. But in terms of what I would, really like your assistance on is we talked a lot about the fact that there is no entity or company that currently provides private mortgage insurance in the Virgin Islands. All of the banks have confirmed that. I'm also confirming that. And again, that is an opportunity if we want to be able to lend over the 80%, Fannie Mae requirement, or even over the requirement for the non-conforming facilities, that product is offered, because it's another opportunity for people in that tranche to be able to borrow. And the other component I wanted to bring forward is relative to the insurance sector, engaging them more around the cost of insurance in the territory, which is very high, given a number of factors. But to have that conversation, because the monthly insurance payment is required to be included in the escrow, and that impacts the client's monthly mortgage payment, which ties back again to the whole ability to repay, debt to income ratio, so on and so forth. So those conversations need to be had with those entities. So, I would like you guys to reach out to those entities to, engage them, to see what can be done to assist the community. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. Banker St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you. I think, on behalf of all of the bankers who are present here today and our other partners, we have had opportunities in the past to get together and engage on a lot of these topics. And, I think the primary takeaway is that we are all committed to increasing lending opportunities overall, including home ownership opportunities for our local community. As Ms. Roebuck pointed out, we all live here. and work here and engage and are members of the community. And so we are invested in that. For me, particularly in the last several years, under the United Fidelity Bank brand, we've been able to offer products that we could not in the past and have significantly increased our lending in this market. And so I think meetings like this afford us a great opportunity to discuss the impediments in our community and, as all stakeholders in this process, figure out how can we chip away at those roadblocks. As Dina pointed out, the PMI is number one. Figuring out what is it about our market that makes it difficult for companies to want to offer that here. They did a very long time ago. I know I got my first mortgage many years ago utilizing private mortgage insurance. And so what has changed in the market and how can we as a group make the Virgin Islands attractive for that? And I also second the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We have enjoyed the relationship with them, the opportunity, as they are always pushing for the message of homeownership in this market, to be able to also share what we have. And so supporting that organization also benefits all of us. Thank you.
And lastly, Oriental.
Good afternoon again. Atala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. I concur with my colleagues. PMI has been a hindrance for some time, not being able to provide private mortgage insurance to especially our locals who may not have the 20% injection. So that has been a hindrance, so we would seek your assistance with that, in addition to seeking your assistance with the insurance companies and finding out if there's anything that they can, assist with reducing their premiums or offering more cost-effective options. I think that this particular session has also been a great help in getting the public to hear what is available, what our challenges may be as banks, as a collective, and just educating the public as to what we have. And so I thank you for the opportunity to present here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion.
And good afternoon once again, and I must concur with my colleagues. This has been very informative, and I'm pretty sure that listening and viewing audience have a benefit from the testimonies from the testifiers, of course, and the questions that we have asked. Now, with regards to our young people, as the chair of the Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation Committee, I must focus also on our young people. And I know Banco Popular, Ms. Roebuck mentioned about having the financial literacy program. Do other banks have similar programs for our young people?
Good afternoon. This is Dina Perry, representing First Bank. Yes, we do. We have, we partner with the local public schools prior to the pandemic to provide financial education and literacy, seminars to them to prepare them for, how to save and how to budget. Additionally, we also, in 2020, we had the opportunity to provide financial literacy seminars to the students at the University of the Virgin Islands, coupled with the credit seminar component. So, the team here at First Bank is committed to education, and we're going to continue in 2021 to be able to provide these invaluable seminars to the various segments of the community.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Malone.
you, Senator.
Oriental?
Hi, good afternoon. We do not currently have any programs in place. However, we do have programs under development that we plan to implement soon.
Okay, well,
within the next few
appreciate that, and I urge you to do so because we need to continue educating, especially young people. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Senator Carrion. We have in the past several years that we've expanded our presence here locally, taken advantage of opportunities to partner with various organizations in the community. For the first time, we did join with Ms. Roebuck as she encouraged all of the bankers to join with the Junior Achievement Program, and we had one of our officers participate with that at Elena Christian a couple years ago, and we look forward to the opportunity to do that again. We've also partnered with and done financial literacy courses, free courses offered by the Rotary Club, and the bank itself participated in a rewards program with one of our local public schools as a test program. It was wonderful. It was successful. Unfortunately, because of COVID, the program has been put on hold, but we are awaiting the Department of Education's confirmation that we can expand that program to some of the other local, and this is at the elementary school level, by the way. We are looking forward to bringing back our PBIS rewards program with the local elementary schools to be able to continue to forward the message of financial literacy from a very early age. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator James?
Good afternoon once again to testifiers and to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. To Director Darrell Griffith. In the Virgin Islands Code, it speaks to the Virgin Islands Affordable Housing Program. That's Title 29, Section 940, in which you reference in your testimony, so you're very familiar with it. But it speaks to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Is that committee active?
No, as the previous senator asked, going down further down the code, that has been replaced by the board of directors. So that is not no longer active and no longer required.
So can you enlighten us to what is the current status or composition of what replaced the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee? How often do you meet? And what are the conversations being had with the bankers and Lieutenant Governor's office regarding what is being said in today's hearing?
It's been replaced by the VI Board of Directors, and the Board of Directors meets every 6 weeks.
And you're a member of that group, right?
No, the Board of Directors, basically they're my bosses. They go in before we have a 5 board of directors makeup. We currently have 3 board members. One, I think, has been sent to the legislature, in which they'll be vetted in front of the legislature, and you will vote them in or vote them out to be part of our board of directors. So it's the power comes back to you. The governor recommends them, and then it comes in front of the legislature. And I think there's a date coming in April for one of the board members to come in front of a future potential board member to come in front of you.
Awesome. Thank you. I look forward to that hearing. And I see here on the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Facebook page, as of March 8th, the authority posted some vacancies, and one of them speaks to the Public and Affordable Housing Program Manager. Can you speak to if that, for the District of St. Croix to be exact, has that position been filled? How is that coming along to make sure that we utilize the CDBG funds that will fund this position?
So if it's still on the website, that means it has not been filled. So we have a number of open positions, and we're looking for talented Virgin Islands to fill those positions. As of last week, we had 11 open positions. They come off and they come back on based on the deadline that we've set. So we have a number of interviews coming up. We are currently at a staff of 102, but our plan, our goal is to get to we need over 200 employees to be able to administer all of the funds that are coming to us, including the CDBG mitigation, which HUD is reviewing right now, the action plan, and that will bring another $779 million to the territory. So we're actively looking for employees and talent to help us to achieve our mandates.
Awesome. So I'm assuming that there is a public and affordable housing program manager in the District of St. Thomas, correct?
Public health. Well, no, this position is going to be territory wide.
Okay. Awesome, because I'm just going based off of what I'm seeing here on the flyer, and it says for the St. Croix district. Now you're saying it's a territorial position, so I guess.
I'll take a look to see.
I will send you the flyer because I wanted to make sure that as we deal with the St. Croix district, we're making sure that the other district is being taken care of, because the housing crisis in the territory is very important. There's nothing to be divisive about, and act as if one district should be amongst the next. So I really want to make sure that those positions that are funded are used. And Mr. Chair, I would just like to say thank you for this meeting. I'm not going to abuse my time, but I think there should be a follow-up meeting behind closed doors where we can have an off-the-record conversation and to really drill down with the good chair of the Committee on Housing and other members of this institution to make sure that what's in place in the Virgin Islands Code is being enforced. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. To the banks, is there an average number in terms of the 20% down payment? Have you seen an average number? You can hold my time, Mr. Chair, until I answer. Average number, dollar figure.
I'm not clear on your questions.
Oh, I was wondering, is there an average dollar figure for that 20% down payment? I know.
No, I can't. I'm not in a position to give an average figure. I don't know if any of the other banks have.
No, we're not as well.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so, okay, all right. I guess that, I know, again, it will be based on the value of the property and everything. Okay, now, if someone purchases a home, or there is a bank auction, not a bank auction, in terms of delinquency of property taxes, somebody purchases a house, can they obtain a mortgage through the banks for that?
At First Bank, I'm sorry, this is Dina Perry Malone, representing First Bank, and the answer to that question is yes, sir.
Okay, good. And it will be to purchase it. Okay, good. So the other banks, any issues with that, or is it yes across the board?
Yes, across the board.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
we will
good.
finance that.
And finally, when I purchased my first house, I used a FHA loan, which I did with a 10% down payment on the house. What are the requirements actually now for FHA loans, and do all the banks provide FHA loans?
Good afternoon. This is Dina Perry Malone representing First Bank. Yes, we do provide FHA product, and it's up to 96.5% financing for the purchase of a 1 to 4 unit property on a primary residence.
Good afternoon, Christiana Williams, Bank of St. Croix. Yes, we provide FHA homes, and it would be under the same terms that Dina just shared.
At Tala Bertrand Rogers, we are currently not offering FHA loans. We are in the process of securing licensing to offer FHA loans.
Okay.
For in Roebuck, Banco Popular, we do not currently offer FHA loan. We do not have a licensed underwriter. We will need to, we are in the process of seeing how we can correct that.
Okay, so now FHA loan, like I said, afforded me at the time the ability to be able to purchase a house. When back in the 80s, when I did that, I really wasn't making hardly any money. Now, we're not having those persons on board to the two banks. Would that allow for more individuals to be able to own a home in the territory going through the FHA process? You can answer in the chair's time, so I don't hold up the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. To respond. Who was it directed to, Senator?
To the two banks that don't provide the FHA loan, would it be taking that under consideration to provide more mortgages for individuals in the territory? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The two
Warren
banks?
Roebuck, Bank of Pilar, as I indicated, we do not have a FHA licensed underwriter. That is a requirement, and we would have to have our licensed underwriter on staff. So it is something that we are working on.
Tala Bertrand Rogers, Oriental Bank. We are currently in the process of securing licensing to offer FHA loans. We hope to be licensed soon.
You thank both of you. You have a time period, 2 months, 3 months? You have any window as to when you'll be able to accomplish that?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. Mr. Roebuck?
No, I do not. It depends on when we're able to get certification.
Okay, Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, colleagues, we have a lot of work to do in this area regarding home ownership here in the territory. And as we see, obviously, it's not easy to get an apartment self in one of our housing communities. And it's definitely not easy to get a first-time homeowner's loan. So there's a lot of work to be done. One of our colleagues spoke to living the American dream, but it's time to wake up and realize the American dream. According to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the definition of the American dream is a happy way of living that is thought of by many Americans as something that can be achieved by everyone in the U.S., especially by working hard and becoming successful. That we have here, right here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we still can't live that American dream. So again, there's a lot to be done, and so I'm calling on the Housing Finance Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, the USDA rep that's here with us, for us to all come together and try to make things more attractive as they are on the U.S. mainland. This is supposed to be America's paradise. We are a territory of the United States, and therefore, we too have to work again towards that end of living the American dream. And I also would reach out to the Division of Banking and Insurance in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor so that we can work with our banks to be able to fulfill all what's being done on the U.S. mainland so that our people here can also partake in having a home of their own. Lastly, I wanted to ask the Housing Finance Authority, I believe it's June month is Home Ownership Month. If this is so, what plans do we have in place for this coming June with regards to Home Ownership Month?
As you know, we always did the Housing Expo, but because of COVID, we have not been able to. So the team has been working from last year to figure out creative ways in which we can do it virtually, such as this, and still have the same impact for the community. So it's ongoing in terms of planning, but nothing ready for me to unveil right now because we have to get even more creative than we usually do with the advent of COVID.
Well, I was hoping to hear a little more, but hopefully we do, because we are almost in May already. And, you know, we can't continue to use the COVID pandemic as a reason for things to be stalling. Again, this is a time for us to use these obstacles as opportunities and make way for progress. But again, thank each and every one of you for your testimony today. And again, you too, just like the Virgin Islands government representative, have a lot of work to do, and we got to do it together. Thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. Griffith, I looked at your testimony around the moderate income program. What is the income threshold for the moderate income?
It's the same for all our products, 80% of 350% AMI.
Okay, and this particular program, based on your testimony, you have only received, you have a balance of $1.8 million. So annually,
Correct.
do you receive the 250? Do you receive the 250
Yes.
from the government of the Virgin Islands? And how many
Yes.
loans have you given out within the past 5 years for this program? And is this
For the
program
250?
advertised? Yes.
Yes. Yes, it is. And yes, we give out loans. Let me pull up the exact amount that we've given out.
Okay. While you're doing that, let me ask you. So you noted specifically that you collected, I think in FY 2020, some $4+ million in stamp taxes. And I know you do not receive all of the stamp taxes that come into the territory, into the coffers of the territory, rather. Based on the numbers that I'm seeing that you're generating for these respective programs, I don't know that we could achieve what we're trying to achieve today as it relates to supporting moderate income home ownership in the territory. So it means that there must be some subsidizing of supporting the individuals from a subsidy perspective. And that's absent of all the CDBGDF funds going away, et cetera. So what would be a more ideal number to generate in stamp taxes on an annual basis in order for us to get a little closer to providing adequate support to the moderate income, those that we are talking about today in particular, from your perspective?
The support that we need from our perspective is that right now we receive 30% of stamp tax. We asked if that could be doubled to 60% so that we can actually use it to help moderate income individuals. And for all the other loan programs, the homestead, the veterans, and the moderate income, we're asking for a $7 million infusement into all of them. I stated in my testimony that the STEP program, with all of its flaws, will generate over $35 million in gross receipt taxes to the territory, and if 21 million of that can be set aside to help moderate income individuals by putting those funds into the homestead, the moderate income, and the veterans program.
Okay, thank you for your response. My time is about to run out, and you also have a note here with regards to the maximum amount for each loan and under the construction. May I wrap up, Mr. Chair? This is my last.
Go ahead.
Yes, you have, I think it's 220,000 for construction or purchase. And based on the amount, what we're seeing in the market today as it relates to purchasing a property, do you, is there an appetite for some increase in the maximum loan amount that is being offered by HFA? And I would listen on the chair's time as my time has been called. Thank you.
We can entertain an increase. We received an increase maybe 4 years ago to that 220, but the increase should only come if we get increased funding. It make no difference if we get increased to 300,000 and we only have $1.8 million to use. Primarily, what we use these funds are as secondary financing. So we partner with all of these banks, and they provide primary financing. And they're in first position, and then HFA is in second position to provide the down payment or the assistance needed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. Mr. Griffith, should then the homestead, should that be solely utilized to supplement the down payment? Instead of having a large fee of $220,000, you just use it as a supplement for the down payment so that more individuals can qualify for loans?
Yeah, because we've had to get creative because as you saw from my testimony, only the moderate income has been funded. Since 2008, no money has been infused in these programs. So we'll do the bank will provide a loan for 80%, and we'll sometimes provide a grant and a loan to make up the 20%.
So should we consider changing the language where it states that that particular program can only be used as a supplement for the down payment so that more individuals can be able to be qualified for the loan?
Only if we get funding. It will make no difference if there is no funding.
Correct. But if you were supposed to get $2-3 million in funding for that particular area, there's a possibility that we could be able, if you're a $300,000 home down payment, 20% is $60,000. So 10 homes is 600, 20 is 1.2, 30 is 1.8. If you get at least $2 million, you could subsidize a little more than 30 homes.
Correct.
On an annual basis.
More and partner more with the banks.
Okay, so would you be able to do that if this branch is able to provide that language to move forward?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, Ms. Roebuck, because you do accept the rural development, what is the possibility of the subsidy part that comes from rural development for you to charge that at 1% and that becomes a revolving fund for the Housing Finance Authority? Is there a capacity for the bank to have the 80% at that particular rate, and then the monies that are subsidized from the Housing Finance Authority, so the person could get a loan because it'd be like 100% you're paying, but the 20% from the Housing Finance Authority is only charged at 1% interest rate, and it goes into a revolving account that goes back to the Housing Finance Authority. You think that's possible? Or would a bank be amenable to handling such a transaction where you'll have one set of money at one rate, which is the money is financed by the bank, and the money is subsidized by the Housing Finance Authority at the next rate, but the entire thing is rolled into the mortgage payment for the client?
We have had some creative structuring with Housing Finance Authority where funds are incorporated into loans from various sources at various interest rates. So I am open to explore that option and see what fits.
Okay,
Obviously, I can't give a hard answer because any of our product structuring has to be approved by our credit risk committee, what we call CRESCO. So we would have to structure it, present it to CRESCO for approval with compliance and ensure that we're not infringing on any federal compliant regulations before we can put that into production. But I am very open.
Okay, thank you so much. We have submitted draft legislation to do just that. I just need to just work out the details as to how we'll be able to make that a revolving fund. But we have submitted that, and we had a discussion with our colleagues here, and I think our colleagues are very amenable to moving forward in that direction. Senator Potter, is he still there? Okay. Senator Johnson?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sit here today and I just say, because the discussion that we're having, I could remember when I acquired my first piece of land back in the 90s. Single young man, happy, vibrant, ready to go and build this house. Go to FHA, find out that because I don't have a family living with me, I don't qualify. Go to the bank, find out because I don't have foundation and system, I don't qualify. So today the discussion now is nearly 30 years after, at least 20 years. We still have the same type of dialogue where we speak about our young men them failing in our society, in our community, but there isn't much help for them. Because when I made that attempt, I found out there were so many roadblocks. I guess I was determined, and I pursue. But today, a young man with a piece of land have a hard time getting that opportunity to get that dream that my colleague from the West spoke about. Have a very difficult time. So my question to Mr. Griffith, what do you have in the pipeline? And I love Louis Brown, don't get me wrong. But what is in the pipeline for individual home? Now, I know on the island of St. Thomas ain't how much land that I'm going to send some over for them. But on the big island here, the land is there and it's vast, and the government have a lot of land too. What is in the pipeline for individual home ownership coming up, Mr.
We have a great and robust pipeline actually across the territory right now. In St. Thomas, to start off, there's 57 home communities that's being developed in wild pineapple, and that's being used through the CD. That's going to be financed though through CDBG-DR. So that still affects the 120% and below AMI. In Whispering Hills, we're going to have over 38 homes that are coming up in the pipeline this year too as well. In St. Croix, we have Mount Pleasant, the one that I told you that we had to send a bid out because the prices were too high. So that's 13 homes coming up in that community. In St. Croix as well, in Solitude on the east end, we have a 20-home subdivision that's finalizing the subdivision plans that's coming up. So it's going to be over 130 homes that are going to be under construction, contractors to construct in the Virgin Islands. So we have a robust pipeline coming up of homes. The issue that you're going to face is all of this is being funded federally. And unless we get a local funding source, the middle income individuals will have a hard time qualifying for these homes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I sure hope that we could move this ball a lot farther and faster to make sure that our young male and people of this territory get an opportunity to own a piece of this land and have their home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And let me qualify my statements, right? I'm looking, or the committee is looking, and the other members that are here today are looking at that subgroup that is not covered under the other programs, the middle income group. So we're not speaking to anyone that would qualify under veterans or rural development because there's already an established program for those groups. So we're talking about that middle income group that does not qualify under any of the existing programs but have trouble obtaining a mortgage loan. So we are going to change the homestead language to include that it can't include anyone that would qualify under one of the other subgroups. So you can't include somebody that would qualify under veterans or under rural development. So this would be carved out for that that group of middle income individuals, that we can try to provide an avenue of where we'll be able to give at least $60,000 that would be paid back at a low interest rate of 1%, which would enable them to not have any down payment up front, but will create a revolving account for the Housing Finance Authority and hopefully allow more individuals to qualify for a loan. So I'm going to call, Mr. Griffith, I'm going to call you. Your legal counsel is who?
For Nicole Thompson.
Okay, and
you would need to speak to, of course, Frida Webster, who's our homeownership director, and Mr. Richardson and myself.
Okay.
Because
we're going to try to set up the meeting for.
Allows us to do what you're saying. It's really a matter of funding at this point in time.
We're going to provide the funding. We're looking at a possible funding source. So we need to develop the language. We have submitted some draft language, but there's some more details that we need. Ms. Roebuck, since your bank deals with Homestead, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your bank deals with the Housing Finance Authority with the Homestead provision?
I believe we do.
Okay, so I'm going to also reach out to you for your legal counsel so that we can structure something that would meet the credit worthiness of the banks and protect also the monies that would be allocated from the government of the Virgin Islands. But I don't think that we can just sit here and not come up with a possible solution moving forward, and we just had a meeting and then it's gone. We need to come up with a tangible solution, and if we're able to afford 15 to 20 more individuals a year to be able to qualify for a home, then I think we have done something substantial, colleagues. I want to thank each and every one of you for your testimony. I'm going to ask Senator Blyden, who's over housing, to have a discussion in reference to this private mortgage insurance as to who were the companies that existed in the territory before and what is the reason why they are not here. And perhaps banking and insurance can also try to find out some information so we can have a discussion as to how we can move forward, that we'll be able to afford additional Virgin Islanders the opportunity to purchase a home. Are loans, the last question before I allow you to close, are loans offered for prefabricated homes? Or are loans only for what confirms with the building code? Ms. Roebuck?
Foreign Banco Popular, any loan would have to conform with the building code.
Okay.
We do have a prospective model of a prefabricated home that does meet the requirements, and we have tried to structure a financing deal. It was not successful, but we are open to explore other opportunities.
Okay, so the person would have to present you with the plans, et cetera, for you to be able to make a decision as to whether or not it qualifies?
Well, they have to get it permitted.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you so much. I will allow each of you to put a closing statement on the record. We definitely will follow up with the housing crisis that we face, especially for middle-income individuals. We will follow up with this discussion, but at this point, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, starting with Ms. Roebuck.
Thank you, Senator. First, I want to take a moment to take note of, as evident in this forum, the number of women at the senior level within our financial industry within the Virgin Islands. This is not typical, it's not historical, and I'm very proud of my colleagues. And I want to thank you, Senator Vialet, for hosting this discussion. It is indeed timely, it's necessary to put home ownership at the forefront of any economic discussion. Thank you to all the senators for your questions. You've definitely demonstrated that you see you recognize that home ownership is largely impacts economic growth and stability within our territory. Would like to emphasize again that we do need your assistance to petition HUD to increase the median income levels in the VI so that more individuals can qualify for federal assistance, as well as provide additional funding to the VI Housing Finance Authority to create more assistance programs and to be able to provide more turnkey homes as well. And your assistance to attain PMI will go a long way in supporting home ownership and offering greater products in the territory.
Thank you.
I wish to just finalize by saying we are very much open for business. We want to lend, and I encourage anyone who has been monitoring, and I've gotten a lot of text messages, so we're all going to have follow-ups tomorrow with clients. Anyone interested in her home ownership, the first step is to enroll in a financial or home ownership education program. VI Housing Finance home ownership program is a great one. Once you're armed with that knowledge, the process will be very efficient and you will achieve overall success. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you, Senator Viale and the committee members for affording us this opportunity to get together this afternoon. I think it was a very meaningful conversation. I'd like to thank our fellow banker, Ms. Roebuck, for her summary of, I think, important factors that we discussed today that need to be addressed. I personally, myself, look forward to the day when homeownership becomes, available and affordable for all. I would like to see my two sons one day be able to return home and become a part of continuing to grow the Virgin Islands. The Bank of St. Croix is a part of the fabric of this community. I am extremely proud, and as Oran said, we have all these wonderful women who are continuing to try to grow and build our economic structure so that we can remain sustainable and viable. We have a great website which has a number of educational information available for interested members of our community. We look forward to engaging in future conversations about how we can be a part of making home ownership affordable here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. Ms. Bertrand-Rogers.
Good afternoon again. Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to bring this information to the forefront. I think this was a great discussion, one that, of course, needs follow-up, and we need to keep progressing in the right direction. At Oriental, we do have a variety of products that can assist our customers, and we are as well open for business. And again, I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity of having us here testifying before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bertrand-Rogers. Ms. Perry Malone.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Kurt Viale, other honorable members of the committee, other senators present, and the viewing and listening public for granting First Bank the opportunity to participate in this very powerful and informative forum to discuss homeownership opportunities in the territory. First Bank remains committed, and anyone can reach out to me regarding any questions or concerns that you may have. My number is 775-8892. And again, I thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. It was very engaging, and I'll take all the constructive feedback received back to
Thank you.
To determine what we can bring forward to be able to address
Okay,
these challenges.
I think we lost you for a minute. I thought you was finished. We think we lost you for a minute. But thank you so much.
Thank
you. Ms. Bryce?
Hi. Good day. I'm sorry. Just wanted to say thank you, Senator, committee, non-committee members for hosting this session today. While as a federal employee, I cannot lobby for many of the changes that are dearly needed. I urge you to, get Senator Plaskett involved. She may be able to go before Congress and get some of the changes done with regards to certain increases to income limits or loan limits or whatever may be needed. I'd like to definitely see that this agenda be kept open. Just don't let this be the last stop. Maybe something as a quarterly stakeholders meeting where we definitely bring in an additional key point, such as the realtors and so forth. They all play a key part to making this a whole. Now, I in the past few years have seen something that I hadn't seen in many years, where we had so many 2-bedroom construction and even a 1-bedroom construction here on St. Croix, and it just goes to show what has been transpiring and with regards to the cost. So we definitely see that there is a need for working on the different aspects in getting construction costs down. It's a very challenging challenge ahead of us. It's not going to be easy, but I'm definitely looking forward to all the local lenders taking advantage as much as possible of the USDA Loan Guarantee Program. Staff, while we're very small, right now we're just a staff of 2 for the entire VI. Normally we may be capped at 3 or 4, so there's a lot along with all the other programs that are non-single family housing, but we are here ready and available to assist with regards to any training. I already gave my contact information, but again, my number is 773-9146, option 4, and I am available for any further assistance that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bryce. And I just wanted to put on the record that, when I was thinking about this particular hearing, this committee hearing, many individuals, especially on the island of St. Thomas and now in St. Croix, they're literally paying as much for rent as they would pay for a mortgage. And they're paying for rent on a regular basis, sometimes $1,500, $2,000. And when you look at it, it's really as much as they would have to pay for a mortgage. So now the challenge is, how are we going to be able to convert many of those individuals that have already shown that they have the ability to pay those type of monies for an extended period of time? How are we going to be able to convert those individuals to become homeowners, which would enable the government of the Virgin Islands to collect more money in property tax and definitely gross receipt and excise taxes with the sale of additional construction material. And we're going to have to go beyond this and also have an overall discussion with many of the stores and the vendors that sell construction material, because it's a whole cycle. When the costs go up, it makes it more expensive to build. So if we can push development of homes in the Virgin Islands, there might be a possibility, if we speak to those vendors, where they can reduce the price because the volume is going to be increasing. Mr. Griffith, your closing statement.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Thank you for just always looking for solutions to the problems that are plaguing us. In terms of home ownership, one thing I want to make sure that I highlight is Senator Saru said, public-private partnerships, and that's definitely something we have to develop even more, and that could be something we can even have a whole hearing on too, as well as because the VIHFA, unfortunately, is the only developer of subdivisions currently right now in the Virgin Islands, it seems. And we need more developers. We need more private businesses to act as developers and develop subdivisions. But that can only happen with public-private partnerships, and so that we can have more competition and more inventory, just as you mentioned. I'd like to just thank all our testifiers. The banks have always been a great and willing partner with the VIHFA. Thank you for all that you do. USDA, we stay in constant communication together, and I appreciate the partnership. The next homeownership class is May 19th for those individuals who like to have that that in-person via Zoom connection. But you can always do our classes on vihfa.gov and eHome America too, as well at your own pace. It's a 6-week course if you do it the traditional way through us, but you can do it at your own pace at, through vihfa.gov at eHome America. And we're going to continue working with all of our partners here. We look forward to having a discussion on getting additional financing by having finance for the first time, the Homestead and the Veterans Program through VIHFA. And would also like to ask this body to increase the stamp tax portion from 30% to 60%, or whatever number you think is reasonable, because that'll go a very long way in allowing us to serve the moderate income clients of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Senator, and thank you, the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffith. Once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for your testimony that you gave today. It provided a lot of information that we needed to know. I want to encourage all the banks that are established in the Virgin Islands to please offer as much products as possible for those individuals who are seeking mortgage loans. We know that I'm seeing a bunch of Virgin Islanders in front of me, or individuals who reside in the Virgin Islands and have been here for a long period of time. So I know you're going to work hard on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands that we can expand some of these products. If you have any ideas as to how the legislature can make this process easier, I ask you to please reach out to one of the senators or reach out to my office so that we can incorporate what perhaps would be the best measures to be able to expand home ownership in the Virgin Islands. The committee, you wanted to say something, Mr. Griffith? I saw you raise your hand. Oh, you're good.
No, someone was walking into my office. So I told
okay, you tell them to wait, we're finishing. I want to thank everybody for this fact-finding meeting. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.